What's up, everybody? Welcome to a late night logical, plausible, probable. I had this idea. I had an idea for this stream as I was driving home. I was thinking about some of the different interactions I've had recently. Just making some observations about the worldview, the arguments made, the positions taken, the objections, the counters, the parries, the rippersets that are done on a regular basis in the online YouTube community, as well as, for hundreds, if not thousands of years, people arguing back and forth on what are the rational conclusions regarding our very existence. Are we designed? Are we random chance? Is it gods that have come after the existence of the universe? Is it eternal? What is it? Do we have immortal souls? All these different things all these different components of the questions that are brought to the table. And it really made me start thinking about, in my, actually, probably up till relatively recently, I've been a pretty heavy poker player. I used to play 3, 4, 5 times a week there for about a decade. I had some stints where I was, practically living in a casino. And the more I interact with atheists, and specifically the hardcore atheist evolutionists, the more I realize that it's like being at the poker table, and just like with anybody who's played poker for any length of time and has any skill at it, you quickly begin to recognize the we call them donkeys, the donkeys at the table, the ones that oftentimes don't realize how bad their hand is, or they think that you're not going to recognize how bad they're playing, or they don't calculate the odds on losing to the draw, or whatever it might be. And then there's other times folks who will just make completely random bets, and they actually don't comprehend how obvious it is that they're going to be absolutely annihilated. Oh, congratulations, you have a pair. Woo, there's a 4-card flush on the board, and you're up against 5 other people, and you don't have a flush. And you're going to put your entire stack in. Anyway, in the context of these ongoing debates and such, the more I'm beginning to recognize that, just like in those scenarios where at the poker table, you see the the dealer gives you your cards. If you're playing Texas Hold'em, for example, you look at your hole cards, you make your decision. I'm going to, depending on what position you're in, I'm going to check, call, fold. Or you have the option to raise, obviously. Then you get to see the flop, then another round of check, bet, raise, re-raise, depending on your position, and then the turn comes and the river. Well, the more I have dove into learning about the aspects of biology and chemistry and physics and the incredible aspects of all of those different disciplines and what they bring to the equation in the context of the poker game, the evolutionists, it's so ironic. The flop comes, they don't have a hand, and they bet. They try to steal the pot. Okay, it's fine. Well, I flopped top set, and I have a redraw. Okay, I call. The turn comes. Now I have a full house. They still have nothing, and they bet. I'm just going to smooth call because I know they're going to make another donkey bet on the river. And sure enough, you smooth call, river comes, they still got nothing, and they go all in, and it's I call, ship it, and you flip the cards over, and there it is. Well, the exact same kind of logic is happening in the creation evolution game of skill that is poker, or in this context, the intellectual battles in which we engage. So it's hey guys, I now have the literal advantage of we have code, we have machinery, we have arbitrary values, we have if-then statements, we have things that defy the laws of chemistry in terms of being spontaneous rather than controlled. All these different factors that continue to line up in my favor. And now, as the poker term goes, you are literally drawing dead. You can bet whatever you want, but you literally have no outs. And unfortunately for you, my hand can only get better. So let's say it's the flop. I've got ace, king of hearts. The flop is king, king, queen, 2 hearts. I've got top set, ace kicker. So at the time, I've got best possible hand, unless you have king, queen. But I've got a royal flush redraw, or just a flush redraw. You bet. I call. Turns a heart. Now I have the nut flush and top set. River comes, ace. I now have kings full of aces. Unless you have pocket aces, I win. I mean, I'm probably willing to put my stack in. But in the context of, let's say you would be drawing dead, well, I've got pocket aces. The flop is ace, king, king. I now have aces full of kings. Well, you could have pocket kings. So I've got the second nuts. The term nuts is the second best hand. So you theoretically could still beat me. So now I have pocket aces. The flop is ace, ace, king. Now I have quad aces. That's the best hand on the board. I cannot be beat. Even if you have pocket kings and another king comes, you're still drawing dead. This is where we are in the context of the question about our existence, and the evidence just keeps getting better. I keep getting more and more evidence. The things keep being unveiled that lend credence to the intelligent design argument and continue to decimate the atheist evolutionary worldview. And the irony is that just like the donkeys at the casino, they keep betting. And it really cracks me up. And by the way, folks, in case you missed it, Montangelo was having a fantastic premiere over on the God Talk, and he was really diving into some of these things from a biochemistry perspective. And it's fascinating. Every time I watch those sorts of educational videos about like what's actually transpiring and putting into real context of the requirement of the intelligent agent, the need for the mind to be able to execute these processes, and how we as humans just take it for granted that somehow this could happen without the intelligent agency. But anyway, Well, I'll dive into more in the poker stuff later on, but we've got quite a few people that have joined already. So, David Neff, you were the first one in the backstage. So, what's going on, man? How are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I just, I guess, a brief announcement, real quick. My stepfather passed away last night. I know I was talking about him in a couple live streams and all, but I do want to appreciate everyone's support and prayers for him. So, unfortunately, he did pass away, but of course, he's no longer in any pain or suffering. So, I do take solace in that.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about that. That's I know that's never easy when you lose somebody.
Thank you. But I guess maybe we could start off the chain since you were talking a little bit about evolution. When you want to maybe go back and forth on some of the theories of the theory of evolution and some of the evidence for it. When you want to maybe start off with that?
We might get into that here in a minute. I'm gonna let everybody that's in do a real quick run through. On Tangelo, you were next in the backstage. How you doing, my friend? And fantastic video. I didn't mean to. I didn't realize you had an after show scheduled when I set this up. I apologize for that.
Well, no. I just saw it and I said, well, um, let me just shut it up and come over to your channel, and there's no problem, John. I've had basically every day a live show in the last few days, so it's okay to have a pause tonight, and it's fun to be at your channel tonight.
Well, I appreciate that. And yeah, folks. Tangelo, have I given you? You have a wrench, don't you, on my channel?
Excuse me?
I said I've made you a mod, haven't I?
I think
Yes.
so. Let me check. Yes.
Yeah, you are. Everybody, I'm the video I was just talking about that Otangelo just premiered on his channel. Totally worth your time to go and watch. Fantastic breakdown of the different facets. So many of the different facets. It's ironic we can't even. It's not even possible to cover all of them. But he did a fantastic video, really breaking down the intricacies and the conundrum that is life. And I strongly recommend going and watching that. If you want to put that video in the chat, everybody should definitely go and check that out.
I'll put the link so everyone can have a look at it. But I think everyone knows my channel already. I think I didn't give enough time to premiere it. I just finished it half an hour ago, and so I straight away put it live. So it hadn't many people watching it.
Now, to continue the poker analogy, Otangelo knew when he finished that video, he had pocket aces. And he was willing to just go, I bet. I'm all in. Here's my video. come on, atheists. Call. I dare you. Call me. Call. And that's the irony of, in my opinion, where things are going. As more and more evidence, more things are discovered. The intricacies, the complexity, the interdependency, the arbitrary value assignment requirements, the if-then variables that must be in place in order for the needed outcome to be executed. We're not finding answers to these questions. We're only running into greater and greater conundrums in terms of the explanation of these through undirected process. And the natural selection argument gets more and more ludicrous by the day. And I get so much entertainment out of it. And which is why I've been using this poker analogy of, we're playing with the donkeys. Like, you know what, atheists, evolutionists, you have, for anyone who's played poker on a regular basis, you'll be familiar with the term on tilt. And on tilt is when you've just gotten absolutely annihilated. And you had it's called a bad beat. You thought you had the best hand, and then somebody got lucky, hit one card, and oh my goodness, on the river, I had it the whole way, and then on the river you lost. And you want to puke for a second. You just lost this gigantic hand you thought you were ahead on. Well, very often, people, once they go on tilt, they start playing like an idiot. And they keep wanting to get that one outer. to put them back in the game because they're now, they just donked off $1,000 or 10,000 or $1 million or whatever it is, and they just want to get it back. Well, you should leave the table. And I was speaking from personal experience. There's many, many times when that happened to me and I kept playing. I should have walked. But the evolutionists, as these things continue to grow, they are getting more and more on tilt. And they keep trying to double down on, the stupid arguments like, oh, it's just chemical reactions. Yeah, congratulations, bro. That's the medium. That has absolutely zero to do with the computational processes that are being executed. Like, let's get with the real world. But in line with all that, Joel, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you joining us, man. How you doing?
Hey, thank you. Doing pretty well. Yeah, no, I was really appreciative that you guys are live tonight. I'll kind of confess I'm a little addicted to both you guys and Tangelo. I was kind of torn between whether or not to hang with your channel versus John's here, and so I'm kind of thankful you decided to you made that decision for me. So
I was a little bit surprised. I had basically no audience tonight at my channel, and I said, well, it makes no sense if John has a live chat tonight and mine has no audience, so let me shut it down and go over to John's channel. But that's no problem. I love to be with you guys and chat. It's really fun.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And I was at least one of the people that watched your premiere video today, and I made a comment. Of course, I agreed with 100% of it. So you said everything I would have to say, including the information requires purpose. And then David, just so you know, I mean, I've dealt with a lot of loss in my life as well. If you do need more people to just talk about stuff, man, I'll be more than welcome, more than happy to help. Just talk and listen if you need.
Well, I really do appreciate it.
Very good. And then John, I experienced exactly what you're talking about today on Dear Sweet Speed's channel. He posted something early this morning about information bits, and I made the mistake of trying to kind of comment on it some. And I don't know if you want to look at some of their examples, but especially with their illustrious physicist there, he did exactly what you described, where he kept changing subjects. He kept trying to raise his hand, and he said something about asking me about the number of allele groups in the human genome, and I linked a scientific source, that talked about 0.6%. And of course, his big long-winded immediate response was, no, it's not. You're incompetent. You're a fool. Everything's wrong. And so then I linked the Wikipedia and quoted it directly, the same exact verbiage, the 0.6% of the genome, which I know that a lot of these guys, they love to worship Wikipedia. Let him know where that reference came from. And so I basically, I guess, called his bluff, so to say, and he's got to go correct Wikipedia.
Yeah, it really is starting to be a I mean, you made the point of calling the bluff. Like, for former poker addicts like myself, there's been so many times, it's 4:00 in the morning, you're playing, and especially like casinos and stuff, there's always that drunk idiot that's just got too much money and just like throwing it away. And you're just sitting there like, I've got ace high. He's got absolutely nothing I call. And sometimes it's like, at least in my case, like sometimes it's like stupid. You're like, calling $400, $500, $600, $700, which, in the macro view is not much, but in some, smaller in cash games, decent amount, it's like, especially calling with ace high. I remember one time, this one guy was just the biggest donk I've ever played with. And
professional poker term, donk?
Yeah, it was short for donkey. Like donkey is is a term. Anyway, and I'm like, man, this guy literally has nothing. I'm sitting like I've got ace. I had ace high. I'm like, I'm good here. I'm good. He is literally trying to buy the pot. He is trying to buy the pot. And I thought about it for a while and looked at him, and I'm sitting there like, one of the things I used to do a lot, I would stare at people's their neck, and sometimes you can pick up on either pulse, or if you also like looking closely, you can tell when they're trying to hide the shortness of breath that comes when you're getting that adrenaline rush from trying to bluff, or if you're full of crap. And I could see this, like, it took a while, but finally I could pick up, I could see it. like just this little rapid pulse in his neck, and I'm like, holy crap, he is bluffing. And I'm like, I call ace high, flips over, and man, he about had an aneurysm on the other side of the table and flipping out. And Bever's like, how did you call that? And I'm like, well, knew he was bluffing. It's a dunk. I feel like that very often with the atheists now. It's like either you're too stupid to recognize how dumb your argument is, or you know how dumb it is and you are doubling that. You're bluffing and hoping that I won't call you out on it, or I say any of us don't call you out on your level of ignorance and or just how bad your argument is. Like that's where we are now. It's either you're literally full of crap because you're an ignorant fool, or you're trying to misrepresent, you're trying to bluff with your supposed evidence. And it's just a matter of having the proverbial C.O. Jones to call. And that's where we are. But Chris, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
I said, I'm doing good. Let me unmute first, and then maybe you can hear me. I was over here in the chat. Apologize. I'm sorry to hear about your loss, David. First and foremost there, I want to say my condolences to you. It's tough, man. It's very tough losing a family member. So,
Well, thank you.
but when I first saw your background, John, I was like, wait a minute, is this real poker going on tonight? Like, because I know they used to do like, Yahoo Games, you could do like, didn't they have poker you could do like, but it wasn't for money?
Yeah.
And then they have real, you can do, of course, real
chips,
poker. Yeah. But no, I used to play poker. I like Texas Hold'em. That was my game. But and then if I go like if I ever went when I went gambling, it was usually blackjack. I mean, I used to go when I lived in Florida. I used to go out in the casino boats. Now I don't gamble now. I don't. It's kind of like I don't feel right about it now. But I do play our local lottery. I feel like it's okay because the money's going to the kids pretty much in our state. So because I wish that would have been around when I was when I was going through school, because I could have certainly used the money. I would have qualified for sure, because I worked 2 jobs trying to make it. But there's not any excuse for nobody that's got decent grades not to be going to college now, or at least a vocational program. You know what I mean?
That's true. So, well, especially here in Tennessee. I mean, good Lord.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Have to maintain a B average, and you get to go to college for free.
Yep. Yes, sir.
It's amazing.
And they've even got my niece is my goddaughter is in the middle college program, and basically you can do your last 2 years of high school. You leave half the day, or you can leave the whole time. You don't even have to go back, but a lot of people do because they've got like extracurricular activities such as band or whatever, football or whatever, and then you can when you graduate, you'll have a high school diploma and a 2-year associate's degree. So you're a leg up. You know what I mean? So that's I would have definitely been into something like that, because I did a little partial back. This is a long time ago, back when I graduated, but they did the co-op program, and I'm sure you all had that.
Mm-hmm.
So I co-opted a little bit, but I worked since I was like 15. I walked, first day 16. I apologize. First day I was legally able to work. I got a job, and I've always enjoyed working hard. I could never understand people that don't want to work, man. It just, and it's what you look on TV now. Everybody's like, thinks people they have something was given to them, and a lot of people do inherit things as they get older. But there's a lot of people that made their way from working hard. If you're willing to, that's the good thing about America. If you're willing to work, you can be prosperous. You really can. There's schooling, there's trade work. If you're not really into the school, you can get into some kind of a union, or pick up a trade. I did that too while I was in college. So all kinds of ways.
Yes, sir. America has the greatest number of self-made millionaires in human history.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand all the hate it's getting these days, man. It's like they want to tear down the system, but I mean, like that, like if you'll, I don't want to get big off the Trump tangent where you might have missed the rally he had in Wisconsin, and John. But going back to Trump, a lot of people are tearing us down right now. But if you look around, I mean, he's gaining ground in the Hispanic and the Cuban population, because they've actually been there, done that, lived that. You know what I mean? So they don't want to go back to that. They don't want to see the country they fled from become the country of why they fled. No jobs, no, capitalism is, it's got its problems. Sure. I mean, you could debate anything. It's not perfect, but it's the best system. It's been proven time and time again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's getting, well, let's just say that without some shenanigans, I don't think Joe Biden has a prayer of winning. I mean, it's gotten borderline. I almost feel bad for the guy at this point.
Oh yeah, did you see what they made the gaffe? Both of them did the Harris Biden, and that's just telling, man, of what they're propping it up, and they're going to put her into the back door if they get in. He'll step down pretty quick, cite medical reasons or something. I firmly believe that, but he's not going to get in there. I just have that feeling. Maybe wrong, but I have that good feeling.
Well, let's say that's the hope. That is the hope. Well, all right, David. So I know you were wanting to talk a little about evolution. So your turn, if you want to have the floor.
Okay, sure. So first of all, LPD, let's talk about what evolution actually is. Can you actually define what evolution means?
I'm not here to be your proxy, for you to be proxy for Dr. Dan. So if you want to talk, I understand what evolution is. I know the variety of the different theories. We can get into extended evolutionary synthesis. We can get into modern synthesis. We can get into the different variations of the theorem that exist here. I'm not here to get into this is not biology 101. Like we understand all of that. So if you want to actually have intellectual conversations, then we can have in-depth discussions about the fundamental requirements for evolution to even have a prayer.
Right. Well,
and I'm just going to be very blunt with you, David. If you're going to try and come in here and insult my intelligence and my knowledge, then I will kick you out and you will never come back, because this is not here for college freshmen. Okay, this is for grown-ass men and grown-ass adults to have actual, real conversations. Okay.
And I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure everyone kind of is on the same page here, and I do apologize if you were kind of insulted by that.
Well, it's pretty obvious where this stems from, because it stems from the Creation Myths channel, and I'm not playing that stupid game with Dr. Dan, nor you as his proxy. Okay?
Okay, well, let's just put it this way. Evolution, first and foremost, is a theory on the biodiversity of life and not the origins of life. Second, evolution, we do know that species do change. We know that they can speciate, which is basically what evolution actually is. Do you agree that, just out of curiosity, do you accept speciation?
Yeah. I got zero problem with speciation.
Okay, so you have no problem with speciation?
No, none whatsoever.
Okay, excellent. So we both agree that populations can diverge to a single common ancestor. So basically, really what
No. Well, from a specific right. I pretty much draw the line at family, but go ahead.
All right, so basically, here's what we seem to only disagree with. Number one, we disagree with the extent of common ancestry, whether it is only certain organisms with any kind that have a common ancestor. Number 2, we disagree on the time scale. And number 3, we disagree on what parts God may have played with creating.
Well, no, see, number one, the time scale has zero relevance to whether or not evolution from your perspective is actually viable. The speciation, and the evidence is beyond doubt on this. Speciation is the result of a modification to existing structure and a downgrade of overall top level information set. Like, this is a known fact. And so you're not actually gaining new potential variation, you're modifying existing. And you're having overall macro deprecation of the possibilities. And so that's point number one. Point number two is when you look at the ongoing example after example after example of the restrictions in developmental biology to have any profound modifications, I mean, the evidence continues to grow, not shrink, in my favor and against you. So I really don't understand why the evolutionists keep trying to double down on this, because, well, actually, you have no choice. You have no choice other than to keep trying to make this blind bet, because if you fold on it, your entire model is gone. And when you rely on stuff like Linsky's experiments, which literally do not result in, it's literally the result of a deprecation of existing function and modification of existing function, not the creation of new function. So like, those are the kind of things that you guys use as evidence. Because you got nothing else. Everything else is complete and utter supposition.
Anyway, I am starting to fall asleep. Perhaps we can pick this up another time. I'm just starting to zone out. I am going to bed again. I'm sorry if you felt that I insulted your intelligence. I do want to apologize to you.
No, the apology accepted, man. But it would be like me coming in and being like, "Hey, man, do you know how to turn your computer on? Just want to make sure."
Right.
I mean, I literally have debates on this. Literally doing an entire channel about this topic. So to come in and be like, "Hey, we want to make sure you actually know what evolution is that's just obnoxious." But I accept the apology, and you're normally a nice guy, so I'm just like, I just had enough of that crap from not just from you, from other folks.
Like, if we were talking about Christianity, it would be I would want to be questioned about what I know actually about what you actually believe. That way, we know we're on the same page, and I want to make sure I understand your version of Christianity to be proper. So that's kind of why I was doing this with you. Because I don't like strawmanning people. I don't like being dishonest about stuff like that.
Okay. Well, my apology accepted.
All right. Anyway, I'm out. Good night.
Good night, David. Yeah, I feel like we went back in time 10 years right there, man. That's what we used to get hit with all the time. You just don't understand the theory. Not that that's what he was necessarily saying. I'm just saying. I think you firmly have a grasp from what I've listened to you. Logical. I think you firmly have a grasp on the theory quite well. It's not particularly a hard theory. You know what I mean? That's what I never understood why they.
And the thing that really gets me is the irony of what they're starting to come to the realization of. Even drift and neutral mutations,
phenoplasticity and all that. Yeah.
Well, but the neutral mutations literally block the ability for multifunction. Like, something can have multifunction, and then as the mutations occur, it blocks the ability for multifunction. It's like, this is the irony. We're discovering beyond doubt that, hey, this protein that's older had greater capacity, Now there's been these mutations, and yes, it has a slightly modified function, but it lost the other three. Like it had three, just for easy math, it had three possibilities. Now it has one that's slightly different than the original three. Or there was one of the original three that was kind of similar. It would the other two broke. We now have one left that's slightly modified. And then the evolutionist argues that that is a net gain versus a pre-existing possibility. But you had a net loss of overall function. It's like, to me, to put it in like dumbass terms, it's like having a drill and you've got all these different bits for the drill. But then you overheat the stupid thing and it gets so hot that it literally melts the drill bit that you had in there. And now it's frozen. You can still use the drill, but you can't change the drill bit. And you'd be like, oh, well, it evolved. Like, this is an improvement. Like, no, I literally can't use any of the other drill bits that I have. I can only use this one. But you're claiming that this one is, that like this is like the improvement? No, you're incorrect. And it makes no sense.
Yeah, I understand that. Today, where was it? Whose channel was I listening to? Was using the drill bit analogy, but not what your drill. No, it was Dr. Was it Haynes? Was that who it was?
You're talking about over on SOT's channel?
Yes, excuse me, that's what it was. Yes,
by the way, that was an awesome.
That was fire, wasn't it? I mean, he used a little bit of humor and just, guys like that are who we need to be getting on booking, or you guys need to be booking.
Yeah,
I need to be booking or trying to help book.
I'm totally I'm gonna try and have him on next week.
Awesome. I really wish you would. That'd be great, man. You're a great interviewer too. Oh, Tony did excellent. I mean, excuse me. Yeah, was it?
Yeah, it was Tony. Yeah.
Both of them kind of did a little bit.
Tony took the lead, and then at the end, he handled the question stuff. Yeah, no, it was a fantastic interview. I was driving. I was enjoying.
Oh yeah,
I was loving the heck out of that one. It's fantastic. He was just annihilating them. The arguments, and that's the thing, man. He pulled no punches.
No, and how nice would it be to have him handy, like our chats, just to be like, wait a second, and just pull him down and let him, or just maybe clip some of those things that he said. Maybe it'd be good to edit some of that. I might work on that because he had some clear points where, you know what I mean, to a lot of their objections that they always use. But go ahead, sorry to interrupt.
No, I was saying like the natural / spontaneous reactions. That was one of the best, in my opinion, that was one of the best points you made. Like,
right.
For how many times do we have to explain this to you? Like, this is not a quote unquote natural reaction. It can happen, but it's not just a spontaneous thing that's going to happen.
Exactly.
And we can force this to happen. And that's what drives me up the wall with, the inability, it seems, for the on tilt atheists to comprehend this premise of like, if you have a pile of dirt or a flat piece of dirt and bricks, concrete, copper pipes, and wire all show up on your piece of land, there is no scenario in which it is a more remotely rational conclusion that without intelligent agents, a house is going to build itself. I mean, nobody would ever reach that conclusion. And yet that is the exact same type of argument that's being made. Like, oh, well, you have concrete and bricks. Therefore, those bricks and the concrete could be used to have a chemical bond that occurs to create a wall. Like,
yeah.
Yes, I do. I agree. That is 100% correct. That is totally doable. I mean, it's nuts. The arguments being made. But.
Yeah, he did several good analogies, and he touched on the the kits, that they're using the same thing that who was that was talking about that the kits to start out with that James, was it Tor, wasn't it?
James Stewart. Tony loves talking about the kits, but James Stewart brought it up, and I think Dr. Hayes brought it up as well. And it's so obvious. I know it's Angelo or Joel can talk about this exact same concept too in their profession. I mean, like, cool, yeah, awesome. We've got like the foundational parts that got manufactured at another factory that's now come for Angelo that's coming over to be put together at the new factory that we're building. Right? It's like,
Yeah.
fantastic, guys. Like, I'm so glad these things just appeared. And wait a minute, hang on. Is you're claiming that they formed themselves? And the ultimate irony for me and all this stuff too is like, these parts we now know beyond doubt require factories, pre-existing factories, to build them, both in the macro world of humanity as well as the micro of biology. And to me, it's like, at what point do you just concede that you are faced with such ultimate chicken and egg problems that, I mean, at what point do you give up on the paradox that is well, to be mixing metaphors here, there's the old, Gordian knot story, right? And for hundreds of years or whatever, people tried to untie the Gordian knot, and then Alexander the Great comes along, stares at the Gordian knot, and it's like, oh, that's how you solve it. Pulls the sword out and cuts the thing in half. Well, to me, it's kind of like the same thing in the context of abiogenesis and evolution and all those other things. Like, man, how could this? It's impossible. Like, nobody could ever undo that. Like, it's just too complex. Like, it couldn't happen. And it's like, well, what's the solution? Intelligent agent. Obviously, in this context, Alexander's sword. Well, so we're going to continue to be the idiots that are trying to untie the Gordian knot of abiogenesis when the extraordinarily rational conclusion is the intelligent agent. And in the context of speciation and all those other different things that the evolution love to rely on, it was pre-programmed. It's literally sitting there in the data. The pre-programmed functions are literally staring us in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're structured in a manner that we can actually interpret.
Yep.
And then we're going to sit there and be like, no, they don't exist. Like, we're literally looking at them. We're reading them. We're observing them. We know exactly what is happening. Like, we're watching this happen in real time. And then, nope, that didn't happen. It's like, that's why I say they're on tilt. They're on tilt. And in the context of these debates and the arguments and the things we put forth in the path we go on, it's like, I call. Look, make your argument. I call. Let's go. Let's do it.
Well,
and
it's literally denying the science. Am I muted? Hold on.
No, you're good. You're good.
I don't see my little bubble. There I go. Yeah, no, it's they're literally denying the science, John. They accuse theists or Christians or whoever deny science deniers. They are the science deniers. On that information bits video I was mentioning earlier that Speed put on this morning, that was the exact same thing. They're talking about his whole premise was something about how genetic change is similar to like playing pool. You knock a ball and they scatter around and they change, and and I know he was trying to make a very loose analogy, but I was telling him, no, this is all pre-codified. We don't need to see the changes. We can read the data. It's already pre-transcribed. It's already there, like you just said, and we can actually reverse engineer it and see what it's supposed to do, and then actually watch it, in a real-time biological fashion afterwards, after knowing what the code says. We understand language. The Human Genome Project has made it clear how to read God's code, the language of God, as Dr. Collins put it.
Well, and what's amazing to me in the context of what you're doing now professionally, any dev that has ever come into a project they weren't the original author of, they do a code audit, right? And see how it was structured, and that's what they did on this, and that was the logic they followed on this. Oh, cool, that's interesting. That's the way they structured this, and got it. And then once you figure all that stuff out, then you can begin to make modifications or add in new functions that aren't necessarily going to cause the whole thing to have a cascade failure, right? Of like, oh crap, I totally messed it up, right?
The whole profession, just for the quality assurance you're talking about,
right? And to me, it's like, I kind of feel like that's the stage we're in right now, in terms of like, now, we've learned the basics. I mean, we figured out the basic structure. We're still finding all this new stuff, and then it's like every turn we make, it's like they open another folder, like, oh, holy crap. I didn't realize there were like 17 more folders full of include, different subfunctions all over the place that you didn't realize existed yet, and they were archived. And as you were talking about the other day, the finite state machines and everything, all those different logic rules that are and function sets that are there to be executed as needed. And to me, when you really contemplate some of these things, like even the de novo genes and such, it's what exactly what constitutes that? Like there wasn't a promoter, there weren't start-stop codons before this sequence. Like was there a tandem repeat that was blocking it? But there was the sequence already there. It was just being hidden.
You're talking about the E. coli citrate thing?
Well, not necessarily the E. coli. I'm talking about more just like the de novo genes and some of the other stuff that they're trying to claim are evidence of evolution. And I'm like, well, you don't know that actually. It could have been in the equivalent of, it was in a password protected zip folder, and I need that now. When you went in the context I'm making is like there's tandem repeats surrounding it, or hey, the promoter region had been removed, so it couldn't actually turn on. It was heavily methylated, whatever it might be, to prevent the activation. But then the speciation event happened, and now as part of that new function set that was already accounted for, or the potential for it was already accounted for, now we need to go activate all these things. And to me, when you actually consider the reality that up until very, very recently, they've been ignoring 99% of the genome. Mm-hmm. What do you mean you even know where it can't? Like, what was the activation cause? Like, come on, you guys don't know this. You're making 100% non-observed suppositions.
Yeah, I made the point exactly.
You did not see this happen. So you cannot make the argument that this is how it happened. You can only make a supposition on what might have been the cause. And if your only supposition is natural selection through random mutation, then while categorically ignoring the obvious AI controlled functions that we've been talking about recently, I'm sorry, I don't accept your claim on face value.
Yeah, because that exactly happened again earlier today. Interestingly enough, on that talk on Speed's his channel, where he was asking something about one of the details of his little information thing, and he brought up lactose intolerance, and I said the same exact thing you were just saying. We can only assume it's speculation whether or not, because the lactose producing gene is already almost always turned on at birth for babies to be able to process human lactose, and then it's just a matter of degree of questioning whether or not that's turned off or not. And I've read cases where it's turned off in an adult later in life, they become lactose intolerant, but then they regain it later. So he was talking about it as a gate, quote unquote, and how it could be randomly changed or whatever. And I explained to him that no, it's all speculation, because we don't really know because it's all based on what happened in the past, particularly in Europe, by records of whether or not people were lactose intolerant or not. As far as we know today, since that was before the Human Genome Project helped us decode the language of God, what was going on then might be exactly what's going on today. We don't have concurrent information. And then he apologized. He said he didn't mean to bring up lactose. He meant to bring up the E. coli citrate thing again, which was a total special pleading logical fallacy. When your first premise is proved wrong, you change the subject to another one. And so I brought that one up. It's exactly the same thing you were just talking about as well, where that Linsky guy, what is his name, that LTE experiment 20 years ago, he was like, oh yeah, here's proof, speciation through random mutation. This E. coli evolves and be able to breathe or process this citrate environment. And then I posted that article from was it 6 years ago now, I think, where they were saying 15 years ago that was a good assumption, but today we know it's false, because they found specifically that exact gene change it's not a mutation. It was just a promoter they hadn't understood before. And now they know it's not a.
Yeah, Richard Linsky milked that thing, boy. Show did he milk it?
He did. But it's just, we've got updated the science for it, and they still believe the false assumption.
Well, I mean, it's like bacteria has been bacteria for what 3 billion years, and now all of a sudden, now it's going to start evolving.
Yeah,
No.
maybe.
It just took a hiatus.
Well, to me, when you really start to consider the fact that evolutionary biologists have now conceded that there are things they literally call evolutionary development blockers that literally appear to restrict mutations in very specific regions of the genome, like. And they keep finding them to be hyper specific to body plan components, like controls. What I think is hilarious. Like, okay, so you're finding things that, among many other limitations, but we're finding them all over the place directly in relation to the genes that we're recognizing control body structure. There's literal blockers for mutations sitting here.
Corrections and all kinds of things, right?
And you're arguing that because there's obvious controlled allowance for variation in a very and this set that allows for some of the speciation variables, but not going above this point, and you've got a firewall, if you will, protecting the data above this point. Like, how did the firewall get there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's think about this for a second. There's literal firewalls built in this thing to keep any kind of massive modifications. That's what I was thinking about in the context of software and such. I think today, I almost feel like the Evos are acting like evolution is just drag and drop. Like these the CMSs that exist now, and different dashboards where you can just do drag and drop and customize these different functions. I've customized. I got a custom dashboard now. It's like, well, sorta. I mean, you put some little some widgets in here, and you pulled different. You got the layout the way you want it, but there was pre-existing columns, you idiot. And the widget you're pulling in over to the far left column on the third block is, somebody wrote that function, right. And it's connecting to a database, and like you just think about all those different underlying pieces. And I feel like the evolutionary biologists, and by the way, for my analogies going, this like the chemistry and different things, the underlying portions of this as well. And I feel like the evolutionary biologists are sitting there just being like, oh, well, we switched this from column 1 to column 4. That all was evolution. It's like, no. No. There was no new source code. I'm sorry. There's nothing new. Nothing new in terms of the functional code happened. And it's like it flies over their heads or something. I don't know.
That is precisely what that article that I shared from PubMed said. It's no new novel gene function, no new evolutionary event for that citrate example. But hey, all they do is just kind of move on.
Yep. So, Angelo, you've been being quiet, man. What's going on?
I'm just listening. I did post here an article of cyanobacteria, which are claimed to be the oldest life forms on Earth. And if you take it granted that they started to exist 3.5 billion years ago, then their entire genome of 260 million base pairs would have 100% mutated 10,000 times.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow.
As you're talking about that in terms of the timeline, it always cracks me up. And David was trying to go there tonight of like, well, we had these disagreements on timeline, and I'm like, I don't care about the timeline. Like, your arguments are dumb, whether you have 3 billion, 4 billion, 15 billion, 100 million, whatever. The argument still fails. It is not a... One of my favorite things to say is, with an infinite amount of time, with an infinite number of universes, it is neither logical, plausible, or probable that evolution can occur.
Speed comes always up with the 4 billion years and thinks that so much time explains everything. And a general scheme that you observe, guys, is that, for example, in the 80s, Fred Hoyle, he made a wonderful book, and he came up with that analogy of the tornado over the junkyard. And what you see, that the answer to this, which is still today absolutely valid, he was actually talking about the origin of life. And then about 4 years later, Richard Dawkins came out with his book as an answer to it and said, well, this is about solved with evolution. But so you see that they always try to shift the dialogue from abiogenesis to evolution. And of course, when you bring in evolution, then you can always have some argument. But when you stay at abiogenesis, then the thing becomes very clear. You have literally random chemical reactions, unguided, against intelligent design. And when you start dwelling in that proposition and in these possibilities, then it becomes very obvious how impotent the chance is, and how intelligent design is so much superior to explain what we actually observe in the molecular world.
Right. I like to often basically say, or make a comparison, that evolution requires the belief in what happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, it really is beginning to, I said beginning, I would say 30, 40 years ago at this point. I'd say probably 30 years ago at this point, the entire premise has entered the Star Wars universe in terms of the point you're making there. It's like, okay, so which one of you is Emperor Palpatine? You know, and I would give... you can actually kind of see Charles Darwin if you gave him a cowl and a little, took the beard away. I mean, you can see a little bit of that. But I really, really think that Aaron Raw is a fat version of Emperor Palpatine.
His real name, by the way?
I've heard it before, but I forget what it is now.
Something. Anyways.
Oh man, somebody ought to compile all the stupid stuff he said. I mean, and into one like hour-long clip of just back to back to back to back. I'm sure they could do it an hour easy.
I think. Let's see, who's Darth Vader? That'd be a good one to. Actually, pretty funny to come up with do a spoof of all the Sith lords and assign.
There is something there though, man. They are kind of like, they are kind of. Back 10 years ago, they wouldn't even touch. I mean, they would stay completely away from abiogenesis. I mean, it was always, the argument was, you just don't understand evolution. And then now that it's the internet's, you can't, you're sitting here quoting to them, basically what theory is. They can't deny that anymore. So they're kind of pulled into it. And then, but they wanted to deny it's a code now. That's their big thing. Like DNA is not a code. It's like, oh, please, you serious? It hurts my head.
Well, Tangelo actually had a great graphic in his video that premiered tonight on the really showcasing how from a chemistry perspective, the sequence bonding is truly random. Like, there is no chemical bonding affinity that explains why they bond in sequences the way they do. Like, from a chemistry perspective, it's random, and that's what one of the things that always fascinates me. Like, you really think about the improbabilities. Like, okay, for example, if you need 500,000 base pairs for this supposedly minimal cell. Okay, cool. That means you have 4 to the 500,000th power. Is your that's what you're talking about.
Now,
4
4
to the
is
500,000th power, folks. Like, let's put this into context here. You know.
but what I think, John, is constantly overlooked is that you need the codons, the set of 64 different codons, and that is also, they claim that it is a frozen accident, basically, but frozen by what? If the nucleotide sequences are not are any sequence is possible. So how do you get to the right codon sequence specifying for the amino acids? It starts right there. It doesn't start only at the problem of assigning the codons to the amino acids. It starts right in the genome to have the sequences which form codons. How do you do that?
Well, it's even worse than that. I've heard them argue that not just necessarily frozen accident, as you put it, it's also that it's just it was automatically somehow, basically magically and randomly made self-replicating, self-correcting. All of the designed features we see today all came together all at once, and that's so it's able to stay stable now. As I think, like Dimitri that you were talking with put it.
No, Dimitri, he claims us actually all proponents of natural mechanisms too. That everything started very simple, you know.
Wow.
And by step by step, by long periods of time, somehow things became more complex. But I mean, what cracks me up is when they say, "Oh, it's all chemical reactions," and I mean, when someone says that, then you know, hey, what has that person learned in regards of the relationship of information instructing and driving the making of proteins, and then the control of the whole biological processes in the cell, like the feedback loops, the controlling the quantities of amino acids and nucleotides, the catabolism when they want to save energy, the cells they catabolize what is already around in terms of materials, and this is all regulated, and you need to have all this kind of stuff. Now, I would like to bring you guys to the attention of an article which I wrote the last few days, and I did put it here in the private chat. I can put it also in the chat for everyone to see. And it is about an enzyme, which the name is dismutase, superoxide dismutase. Now, the interesting thing about this family of enzymes is that all cells, multicellular cells that use oxygenic phosphorylation, the oxygen is it forms superoxides which are harmful for the cell. And if this superoxide is not removed from the cell dies. So this is a family of enzymes which precisely cleans the cell of these superoxides which are constantly generated in the cell. And they make it in an enormous rate. The reaction rate is 10 million reactions per second. And they literally clean the cell from these reactive, they are called ROS, or reactive oxygen species. And if these family of cells would not be there, then eukaryotic cells, which use ATP synthase and the mitochondria, they would die because of the reaction of the oxygen species of these superoxides. So it is obvious that enzyme had to be there right when eukaryotes started to exist. Otherwise, eukaryotes wouldn't perpetuate because of these reaction species which are harmful to the cell. So this is one more evidence that everything is all or nothing business. The story that it is a stepwise evolutionary manner, this is just nonsense.
Yeah, and they always try to smuggle in the cell too. They forget that like somehow, if anything, they did get that to assemble at some level, that it was just going to hang around for thousands or years or even million, till what the cell, like Dr. I think Haynes was it that was talking about the soap bubble, till something could come along. It's not as simple as they want to make that out to be. I mean, that's a very big problem, with the cell. They want to leave that out.
Well, when you move out a little bit from the abiogenesis problem, which is truly fascinating, but if you move on to the origin of oxygen, which they claim took about 500 million years, and then you start to investigate photosynthesis and cyanobacteria, then you come to a field of science which is absolutely fascinating because, as I said, now, for example, they claim that photosynthesis oxygenated the Earth in a time period of 500 million years. Okay, and they claim that that was the time period when life forms which can live in an oxygenic environment can exist. Now, if you have such a stepwise evolutionary gradual manner of the eukaryotes to come to exist, then you have that problem which I just mentioned before with oxygenic phosphorylation, which produces harmful superoxide species, which have to be removed right away. So, and when you read the relevant science papers in regards of these problems, then you have fantastic examples of pseudoscientific claims and just so stories.
Yeah, I would have asked. I don't know of any plants that can't, or that can live. Excuse me, without oxygen. Photosynthesis requires oxygen, not just carbon dioxide. So
I mean, they say that plants started about 800 million years ago, so much later than cyanobacteria. And
I know, because in space science, we're looking for things like that to be able to help terraform Mars. This is 96% CO2, and we're struggling to find the right, plant, whatever you call it, the species that we want to help try to convert the atmosphere in Mars, I guess, in the same way that they assume Earth's was. And there's not any good candidates yet. We're gonna have to spend years, if not decades, cultivating plants that we know can live in harsh environments, in a protected environment before we can, release them into the atmosphere of Mars.
Yeah, that this is all science fiction and nonsense.
Yeah. It's like, where's the examples so we could use them today? Because we've got things we want to do.
I think it was these days they came again out with the planet which they claimed that could host life, and this is quite frequent that you see this in the mainstream news, that they did find some exoplanet or so which they suspect that it has some possibility to have life, and that's just ridiculous.
Yep. Yeah, the current best candidates, just on that subject, is earthworms. There's a particular lab, I think, in the Netherlands somewhere, or Switzerland, that's been doing that. They've been taking Martian regolith stuff, the simulated soil, and they've been running especially harsh type of earthworm through it, and it's oxygenating, an oxygenless environment just from converting the stuff into regolith. And so, we basically have to flood Mars with worms to hope to get plants to grow on it someday.
So basically what we want to do is send a bunch of worms, and then 100 years from now, we're going to go there, and it's going to be a Tremors movie.
There you go.
Yeah, you remember those movies from the 90s? Man, those are hilarious.
Yep.
Yeah. But talking about, you were mentioning the exoplanet. Wow, whatever. I think it was earlier this week or very end of last week. Huge announcement. There might be life on Venus.
Yeah, I read that.
And then it's like, we found traces of a gas that bacteria on Earth also create this gas. Therefore, it must be being created by bacteria on Venus. Like, that's your
Yeah, I read that.
okay. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I mean, I fart. So, I mean, are you saying because there's methane, there must be life? I mean, I'm not really following your point here, you know?
Made my wife laugh at least. I don't know if y'all heard my comment. There's more life in their toilet than there is on Venus.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. To me, the more we really break down well, heck, even for oh crap, I'm having a brain fart. What's the calculation for the probability of life? There's the Farsi.
Yeah.
What's the formula that's supposed to calculate the probability of life on other planets?
Drake's equation.
Drake's equation. There we go. Yes. They keep having to modify Drake's equation because they keep finding new variables they have to account for, which just cracks me up. I'm like, so basically it's getting less and less probable per your own admission, but then you're continuing to double down on the improbability of life even existing here, like being reasonable. Like, so yeah, it's getting to the point where we really don't think that it's possible out anywhere else, but we're here, therefore it must be possible still.
Yeah, here I'm the guy.
So do you know, John, which is maybe one of the most important metals to have life?
Zinc. Yeah.
No.
Well, iron is important. Yeah.
Yeah. Iron. Now,
right?
yeah, it's iron. Now, because many proteins they use iron sulfur cores, which are required for the reaction. Now, have you studied how complex it is for the cell to import iron in usable form?
Oh yeah, because it's toxic. I mean, it's like there's all sorts of protocols that have to be followed just to get it into the right spot and keep it separated for everything, so it doesn't become a toxic death pill.
And
there are literal factories on the surface of the cell which chelate iron, and they are non-ribosomal. I can check it. I can link it. There are literal, extremely complex factories which manufacture iron usable for import into the cell. It's extremely complex.
Well, yeah, Hoyle's resonance frequency stuff. There's dozens of very super rare element isotopes that are required for basic life, and that's what convinced him that God exists. It's not just irons, all kinds of stuff.
Well, I think what they're finding now with or they found with the like bacteria that have the compass, they build their own compass. Yeah, I mean, and the same thing like when they're creating the magnets. It's like, hang on. Number one, they're literally manufacturing their own magnets. That's just one thing, just to think about. But at the same point you're making, Tangelo, of like they've got sub compartments that keep it all separate and wrap it up in membranes and do all this kind of stuff, and then transport to their portion of the cell. And they're like, okay, now we're gonna have a sub. This is always going to be under secure, lockdown, and then we're gonna have like multiple subsets put together. And then cool, now we have all these things that are like compartmentalized in a specific structure to enable us to like have a sense of direction. Like, what? It's absolutely amazing.
Quick observation.
So these enzymes that I talked about, the name is non-ribosomal peptide synthetase, and I did put a link in the private chat afterwards. You guys can have a look. And these are literal factories on the surface of the cell which prepare the iron to be chelated. And then there are import channels which have the affinity on a very small number of amino acids of the protein. And they have affinity to so-called siderophores, which are form of iron which then is soluble, and the cell can import it. So this also is something that had to be extant there, and not only iron but also sulfur, both of them. And there are other metal import channels which had to be there, like molybdenum is extremely complex as well, and you can go on. And the interesting thing about this is that if you don't have just one import channel which has affinity with these siderophores, the cell cannot import iron and you can't have life. So when we talk about irreducible complexity, then rarely people think about how extreme that is, how extreme that the only a few amino acids of a specific import protein on the surface of the cell which cannot recognize iron siderophores in the right form, you have no life. And you can go on with all the import channels, with also with the channels which import water, and you can go on and on and on. And each of those, just some amino acids in the wrong sequence, and you have no life. And then they speculate about life on other planets. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was gonna just comment with what you're saying, Chris. You know, I'm the guy that's actually, you know, sending rockets up into space and whatnot, and helped worked on planning on making humans be able to live off planet somewhere. And I forgot what that Drake equation thing was you guys were trying to talk about. That's how foreign fiction like that is to those of us actually in the industry. It's like, what? There's an equation for where life might be? What?
Well, what cracks me up about that, I think I don't know if this is actually part of the equation, but it's another facet. I believe the most recent improbability of there being another Earth was 1 in 400 quadrillion.
Okay.
And that was like the latest calculation. It's like last year, I think.
That can't be anything but assumptions on top of assumptions. It's just ridiculous.
Well,
yeah, I have a paper on this, and the claim is that the odds to have a life hosting planet is 1 to 10 to the 121th power.
Craziness.
But on that iron which you was talking about, have you looked into like the soft dinosaur tissue on Tangelo? Because that's what you're a little bit what you're talking about. I've got a link, I put it in there, is a big problem for the iron preservation hypothesis that they put forth, that somehow that was what enabled the soft tissue to be preserved for that long. But the problem is they've done experiments, and the iron will not. The iron and the hydroxyls, when they reach the bone tissue, they would destroy the tissue,
right?
And especially in like a bone, you know, they have to like cross link. You know what I mean? So like in the bone tissue, in the bones, like an osteocyte, for example, it's going to be too big too. You know, because you know iron's got, you know, to cross link, you would have to. That's why Mary Schweitzer had to like spin them in a centrifuge and, you know, and make the perfect condition, because if not, you won't get them cross linked. And then if to be able to even get it there, but if it was unnaturally, it would, if it could even get there, which, you know, inside that bone cell, it's not like it's overflowing with you know, blood, you know what I mean? So it's very implausible, but they'll toss that out there like, you know, mystery solved. But lo and behold, when you do the research on it, no, it does not solve the problem. It's even worse.
I have an article on that, and there are science papers which claim that there are preserved soft tissues in the Cambrian explosion 500 million years ago. So can you believe that?
Oh, I know, and that's what I was. I think it was Smug who was talking about that. Maybe, you know, and I fully grant that maybe it's possible. One of the scenarios could be that some of the dinosaurs survived longer than we thought. But the problem with that is they didn't just find it in, like, you know, they found it in like the T-Rex. They found soft tissue. So like
right.
in that layer of rock, you know, that don't jive, you know what I mean, with or jive with old Earth. It just doesn't doesn't fit. So you couldn't have dinosaurs that survived even up to 100,000 years ago, because it wouldn't preserve that long. The horn that the broken horn that Dr. Armitage found, it was just like laying in a foot below the earth, and it was broken. There was tree roots growing through it, and I mean that those conditions, are not ideal conditions. You would have to have perfect, be sealed. You know what I mean? Like we get fossils, because these aren't really even fossils. These are bones, because you can see the osteocytes, and they can actually you can see the filopodia, and you can stretch it, so it's still, that's tissue. That should not be there. So that's a big stumbling block for old Earth creationists. They got to answer that one.
I won a recent poker game type debate on that subject about a month ago.
Did you?
Yeah, they're trying to argue how, there's just the idea that there's iron found in some of these ancient fossils or whatever, that would explain something.
Red blood cell.
right, from the red blood cell.
Yeah.
And so I looked into it while they're in the middle of the debate and found out that it's not actually iron. It's FeS2 or something. It's actually something about fool's gold, basically. It's a type of iron oxide. And so I think my ace card, so to say, as John would put it, was that I told him that, okay, you've confirmed the Quran, because the Quran, there's a verse in the Quran that says something about after you die, are you gonna choose to be a man of stone or a man of iron? So alluding to what type of fossil you're going to be.
Yeah.
It's all dumb. And fossilization, by the way, is the process of all minerals, not just organic or inorganic, but everything being slowly rinsed out and calcified.
Replaced. Yeah.
Yes. It is not. Yeah. It is whatever the surrounding rock tissue is. If there's anything left, it's not even a real fossil.
Well, that's why, Mary had, she got all kinds of challenges. It was like 2 or 3 years before they would even accept that it wasn't something like biofilm or something. Right. And then finally it was repeated, and other scientists found it, and that was, it just couldn't be denied any longer. So of course, she done her little 2-year experiment, but, it controlled in the lab, like I said, spun out in the centrifuges so she could cross-link the iron, and did this, that, and everything under the sun to allow it just to preserve it for a couple of years. But that doesn't even if you take that for, as that could possibly happen, which it would have never happened that way. That's just 2 years. Let's check back the 65 million years and see what's going on with it.
Yeah.
Because I mentioned this too, and I don't mean to cut you off. I'll stop. This will be the last point on it. Because if this was such a great method of preservation of tissue, why aren't people? There are a lot of people that want their brain frozen, like cryogenics, right? Why would they not be using this method to preserve tissue and brain right now? I mean, if it's so great that it can preserve for 65 million years, why waste all this money? You know what I mean? Freezing your brain when you can just, cross-link some iron and and you know what I mean? And it's all stored and sealed and ready to go. You don't even need to, put it in a refrigerator. You can just toss it in the ground, bury it foot down underneath the ground. And then these dig sites, like at Hell's Creek, I mean, they said you can smell the death when the decay when you're digging there. So, they're not that old. Now, that doesn't necessarily prove, like I said, that some of those dinosaurs didn't live longer than, some went extinct, but there was a pocket or somewhere maybe on the earth where some survived longer. That's going to be eventually what they pivot to and argue. You wait and see. Guarantee you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I put the link to a paper, Biomolecules in Fossils. That's from 2002. And they say that soft tissue has a predicted survival limit of 580,000 years at 20 degrees Celsius and 7.5 million years at 10 degrees Celsius.
Wow.
It's all ridiculous.
So,
well,
even that's going to be assumptions.
When you're on tilt, all of this makes sense. It's just
You don't want science?
And
Well-
reasons to believe, they just kind of like, there was I think it was Dr. Fuzz Rana. He mentioned it in his book. He just kind of flippantly dismissed it. Like Dr. Mark Armitage's work was like, he made a direct comparison to like Ripley's Believe It or Not. That's what he was trying to do. Some kind of like trickery or fooling people to believe something. But his microscopy work, if you go look at it, I mean, go to his channel. I mean, he'll freely talk to you. You can just, I mean, I've emailed him several times to get clarification on stuff. And he lays out, like, he destroys both him and Hugh Ross, you know what I mean? Because that's not their field, you know what I mean? They're stepping into an area where, they shouldn't be, just dismissing it without some actual science to back it up. I mean, they just kind of like said, I'll get the quote, maybe put it in the side chat if I can find the book. Go ahead. It's pretty funny.
I think that the soft tissue and the finding of Noah's Ark at Mount Ararat, these are very, very strong evidence pointing to a young Earth, and giving credence to Genesis, the Genesis account in a literal sense.
That's what the founder of NASA's Goddard Space Science Institute said. Not to appeal to an authority, of course.
Here we go.
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, we're good. We're good. I think John and me both are, maybe I hear him typing. I think I was looking at something. I was trying to find a quote. But go ahead, talk away, brother.
My mind's drifting. I was just thinking.
I mean, I don't always mean to bring it back to young Earth, old Earth. I think some people, there's a majority, that in our community that are young Earth creationists. But I mean, to me, I'm not. It doesn't really matter. That's why I don't really get like it triggered or nothing by it if somebody's an old Earth creationist, because some people do. They're like, "Oh, you're denying God's word, and you're not taking it literal." But I mean, like, it's not a salvation issue to me. So, like, if somebody's wrong on it, they can, you can believe the Earth is old and still be saved. So, it's not as important to me to get in an argument over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that reminds me of my favorite musician, artist of all time, Keith Green. He said something about, goes along the lines of, so he doesn't, some people say the Earth was created in 6 days. Some say, some don't, or something like that. And some scientists would say no. Some theologians say yes. He says it doesn't matter to him. He says that he knows that Jesus Christ has been preparing a home for him and some of us for 2,000 years. And if this home, or if this place took 6 days and that home took 2,000 years, and he says, "Hey man, this is like living in a garbage can compared to what's going on upstairs." I love it. Yes, as far as science is concerned, science relies only and exclusively on repeatable, observable evidence in real time, which includes testimony, human testimony, historical archive. If somebody wrote it down, if they wrote an observation down and they shared it, however, poorly, then that's evidence. That's something that we can try to test against. So the young Earth creationism is only based on human archived, intelligent, whatever you call it, actual evidence. And we can try to look at that evidence and examine if it's got any congruency with today's observations or not. Old Earth has zero evidence. You cannot prove things older than humans have been writing things down. You just can't, or sharing things.
I mean, if you ask an old Earth about the timeline, how and when God created and when humans started to exist on Earth, they have no answers to these questions.
Well, yeah, again, regardless, as far as the scientific method goes, that Bacon the Christian started, that's all you can rely on is what people have written down and people have said, and they're writing down and saying today. That's all you got. As soon as you say billions of years, you've left science.
Well, and then you have to say that God created in huge intervals of time, and that's simply not in the Bible.
Well, not only that, but it's also it's anti-science. To assume God did anything beyond what humans have been recording is still outside of science. That's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book is Dinosaur Blood and the Age of the Earth, and that's by Foes Rana. But I'm not gonna buy a book or even the portion I'm looking for. I'm not gonna do that. I'll just wait and pull the quote from Dr. Mark Armitage, because
Well, those guys, you can bring
they're
them whatever evidence you want. They will
Yeah.
never change their mind because they are married to their interpretation.
They're almost like the atheists in this respect, because he like tries to use in that book that it find that actually demonstrates that the Earth it shows that the traces of blood supports old Earth, and I'd have to read the book to see what his argument on that is, but I'd be very curious to see what that argument is. But I bet it's smoke and mirrors and no science. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, they have a presupposition, and whatever evidence shows up, they will distort it in order to fit their narrative.
Right, because they've left science.
Yeah,
they're not using science. They're using speculation.
I mean, I was an old Earth creationist when I married my wife, because her father was a geologist, which was an old Earther, and then I became an agnostic for a few years. I stayed on the sideline. And then finally, I moved to young Earth creationism, and that's what I am today.
Yeah.
So I go where the evidence leads, and I think that the Bible and science converge nicely to a young Earth.
Yeah, no, I agree. You've heard me say, I don't know which way. It can go either way, wherever the evidence goes. The only thing I can say for certain is that science, quote unquote, the scientific method relies on human observation. Anything outside of that is not science. So if the Earth is old, show me.
Well, I mean, there are so many faculties in regards of history, and you cannot simply say, oh, that's not science. I think that geology and history and archaeology and paleontology and so forth, these are all, or evolutionary biology, or abiogenesis, these are all faculties dealing with events of the past. And I don't think that you can simply say, oh, that's not science. But the problem is that they exclude design a priori, because they say that the supernatural cannot be tested, and therefore it can't be given as an explanation for anything. And that's where the problem is. But I think that you can put historical sciences as science, even if it doesn't have anything to do with testing things. I mean, it depends on the framework that is used to define what science is. And of course, there comes the demarcation problem, because if you ask someone what is science, then and you ask someone else, then you will have different answers.
So quantum physics is what causes the ability to test the supernatural now. In fact, it confirms that supernature is the actual real part of reality, while nature is actually the temporary, quote unquote, fake part, I call it. But even that, I mean, even so, like Steinitz, for example, he had to come up with what's called supernatural math, which is basically universal prime number sets to be able to calculate some of these quantum physics field theory problems back in the turn of the last century. I mean, there's all kinds of things that people just don't know about, to base all these just false and just ridiculous anti-scientific assumptions. But even if you study the rocks, even if you think there's evidence in ancient rocks, you still have to watch those rocks do what you believe they did to be able to confirm it scientifically. Just to say that you think this is what happened, that's not science.
No.
Yeah, the big problem is with all these dating methods, which are controversial. And for me, it is a black box, because I'm not a geologist, or I don't understand the methods, why they fail or why they are not reliable. So that has always been a black box for me.
Yeah, and I'm not a geologist either, but I love every field of science. But that's just the thing I want to conclude with, or just make that irrefutable observation. To be able to say something is scientifically confirmed or observable, whatever, requires to show it.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it depends on the demarcation and the framework upon which you say this is science and this is not science.
Mhm.
And of course, who establishes that? Are we humans establish what is science and what isn't? So
Well, that was the beauty of Bacon's scientific method, was that every human can look at the same data and come to the same conclusions. That's where we moved away from Aristotelian philosophical truth statements into the actual scientific method of empirical, repeatedly observable evidence in real time, and we can always relook at it. In fact, it's so robust that even once humans in general have agreed, okay, yes, gravity does exist, the science dictates we have to constantly keep retesting it to make sure that it still does. Make sure, like Planck said, founder of quantum physics, he said something along the lines that, oh my gosh, come on, brain. I love that quote too. Why am I having a brain fart about it? We have no right to assume that any physical law exists, or if that any law does exist, that it will continue to exist in the future. I love that.
yeah.
Well, that's very true. I mean, we obviously take all these things for 100% for granted. And what I find so fascinating about the constants that you're talking about there and the assumptions about them is, it's like, okay, so we have to go through, come up with do all sorts of mental gymnastics to account for inflation. It's like, so all of these are 100% the same all the time. There can be no variation except for this one. And okay, well, that's so you're saying that the rules always apply except for the one thing you can't explain. Okay, got it.
That's pleading right there.
Yep, it's definitely very interesting. But all that said, guys, I mean, I do want to say that I think it's very easy for everybody to get passionate about, especially I'm talking about on our side of the equation. Everybody gets passionate about old Earth. And my side of the equation, our side of the equation, I mean Christians. The old Earth, young Earth, and you guys were kind of making the point earlier about, like, is it a salvation issue? I don't think it is. And
No, it's not.
I think that very often when
not at all,
it causes way too much conflict, and to be honest, I get kind of irritated with it. I'm like, why? Like, can people not agree to disagree on some of these things? If we agree on the theology of, I mean that, and specifically in context of salvation, like, just shut up about it then.
Yeah,
like,
good point.
Let's not turn it into mass conflicts. We have all these other things in common, and then everybody gets all hyped up and pissed off and about this one piece. I'm not saying it can't have significance. That's not my point. My point is that in the like, let's have those. We can have those dialogues, but we need to do it from a, like, hey, we're brothers having a difference of opinion. Not
discuss it.
You're my enemy, and like, no, like, let's look at the things that we do agree on, and to put it in context, like with that Joshua guy the other night, like when it came down to it, well, I don't know if I believe in the resurrection. Well, I don't know if I believe that he's the Son of God. I mean, like, well, then why are you? Wait, hang on. You just called yourself an agnostic Christian theist?
Yeah.
What the heck is that? Like, agnostic theist. Like, aren't those almost, not quite, but pretty close to antonyms? I mean, I don't know how you can be an agnostic Christian theist. Like, what is this? That's like the most bizarre mixture I've ever heard of. Like, you're trying to be all things to all people, like, but none to anyone. I mean, that's kind of what I felt about it. I don't mean to just bash the guy, but I found it extraordinarily strange. And
well,
I saw this morning at Speed's channel a comment from someone who said, look at the Christian YouTube channels and how they fight each other, and then compare to our atheist channels and how we live in harmony one with each other. And I must say that for what I have observed in the last few weeks or month or so, this is unfortunately true. And it is sad to see that. I mean, when those behave even more civilized than we are, and they see what we are doing, and
So I
And
tried to get one guy, Smokey, to calm down.
well, I don't want to mention names,
Yeah, well, the reason I know it's not a salvation issue because I got saved before I knew ever knew how formed an opinion on how old I thought the Earth was. So,
well, and like I was saying, I mean, God very well may have spent for whatever billion years old to make the Earth, but show us the evidence, show us the science. To just assume that these that the uranium to lead isotope thing from the meteorites is the evidence. That's an assumption, and there's counter evidence to that. So wrong. Make a better assumption, or let's find the truth together. That's what science and religion are for. I just quoted Einstein, of this iron charioteer guy, saying how science doesn't require religion anymore. Just it's not.
it's not only that; it's also the starlight problem. And Perry Marshall, he said, the starlight problem is for me the main reason why I am an old Earth creationist, because I don't see how that could be solved.
I mean,
and for me, that has been for a very long time also a very, very big barrier and a problem. And I've seeked to find answers to that one. I've seen some answers, but still there are some people which say, well, the answers which you have, they are not compelling. So it's really a difficult issue, I think.
Yeah, as far as distance goes, yeah, no, that's answered with time dilation issues, and then the idea again that photons don't necessarily always have to come from starlight.
and has the speed of light always been the same speed?
Nope, it's never the same speed.
Exactly.
There's all kinds of variables for it. Light going from a vacuum into water, for example, will slow down and then speeds back up when it leaves the water. It's really cool.
Well, heck, they've even pulled off an experiment where they froze light.
Yeah, I've seen that, John.
I mean, it's there's obviously I guess their argument is usually that there's a cap. Like, it can be slower, but it can't go faster. I mean, that's the point. However, what I think is very interesting is the Planck time problem gets solved with a variable speed of light. I mean, there was a whole book and a paper on it, and like the guys that wrote it, it's like their minds were blown. They were doing the math, like, oh my god, holy crap, this solves the problem. And then they published it, and then it got eviscerated, and then dropped it. Like all you can't do this, just wrong. And then whatever. Yeah, and they okay, well, it solves the problem, but whatever. And they went back off to study other things. But it solves the problem.
The glass and the different construction material used for fiber optics is specifically designed or whatever, molded to be able to, or mixed to augment the different speeds of light. You got multi-mode and ouch, my kitten's trying to kill me. Single mode type fiber optics. Well, all that speed differences are, in the gigabit throughput differences are based on trying to augment the speed of light going through it, and the refractions and the stuff inside of it.
Guys, for me, it's late here in Brazil, and I'm a little bit tired, so I will say goodbye to everyone.
Well, appreciate you giving you all your wonderful wisdom there and your knowledge. Yes, definitely. He puts the work in, that's for sure, Antangelo. We appreciate you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
All your links. Thank you.
Yeah, have a look. They are in the chat, so have a look and enjoy. See you next time. Bye-bye. Good night.
Good night.
And George made a good point. And George, I agree with you on the speed of light is not constant, but Planck constant x speed of light is the constant. Yes. I mean, c is what is being viewed as the speed limit, and obviously time or multiple things can go up to c. But I guess the actual way to say it is a variable speed of c would actually be the correct way to frame it, I guess. But I mean, to me, that doesn't seem like that big of a problem. Also, if you assume that the other constant ratios are maintained, like they all vary. They're the ones that were required to vary if C was different. If that also varies with C, then you solve the entire problem. And it's all possible.
what's frustrating, especially to physicists, is that if you read Einstein's own work, with his energy tensor limitation, E equals mc squared. C is not the speed of light. People, the media, I think he may have asserted, he may have alluded to it, but when you read it in his own work, it's just something that's extremely large. He specifically says C can be anything you want. And so he just, to summarize it, said that imagine the speed of light squared, because the energy, the matter to energy ratio, conversion ratio, is just that tremendous, that enormous amount of energy. Atomic nuclear release, for example, is this huge amount of energy stored in matter. So you just put whatever you think is very, very large on this side of the equation. It doesn't have to be the speed of light.
Right. Well, to your point on the amount of energy that's stored, I was actually thinking about that earlier. While I was eating dinner, I'm like, okay, so I hadn't eaten all day, and I was having pork loin, baked potato, some green beans. It was fantastic. But as I was eating, I was thinking about that. Of like, okay, so I'm 6'1", 185 pounds. I did quite a bit of physical activity today. And I'm sitting there eating this like maybe pound of food, and my body is being able to metabolize this into enough energy to move all of my mass and all the just extrapolate all that out, and not even remotely like nothing close to the amount of energy that's actually stored in this was actually required for me to. It wasn't all of the possible energy was not metabolized right in what I ate on that plate, and yet all of the different functions that are happening inside my body are being taken care of through this relatively minor amount of sustenance. And to me, it's multiple. One, it's like wow, but two, when you think about the efficiency of our bodies in general, I'm like, wait a minute. When you think about the amount of function that happened, any kind of man-made tool would require dramatically more energy input to be able to have the same level of output. That there's input, the volume. I mean, is a better word. The volume you have to put in. Because of the inefficiency of the metabolism of our tools. When you put it into comparison, it's like not even in the same stratosphere.
Well, there's an explanation for all that if you wanted to get into the quote-unquote science for food metabolism, but I don't know if you really want to get that deep into it.
It's too late for that tonight, but yeah, to me, it's just like, it's amazing. It's just phenomenal. And to think that, as Tangelo was making the point, you guys were talking about earlier, of photosynthesis, of just that process for energy capture, storage, utilization. I mean, it's a mind bender.
It is
of what's going on there, and
it is engineering. It is, yeah.
And then of course you get into the whole like, oh yeah, we've got quantum coherence being executed. To me, that's like I honestly don't understand how. At this point, how anybody comes to the conclusion that photosynthesis could happen without an intelligent agent is remotely plausible. Like, just on the surface level, it's beyond the pale, in my opinion. But then you get into like the quantum coherence component of it. Like, come on, folks! Like, get out of here. You serious? Are you serious that happened through an undirected process?
Yeah,
I don't know how you can say that with a straight face.
It's like metamorphosis. It's like those two things are just like, come on, man. You're going to have to work real hard to come up with that ad hoc on that one.
What's up, George?
Hello, George.
Even the
hi guys.
Talking about, man.
What's up, George?
You guys never sleep.
We sleep. We just.
That's the guy on the other side of the planet.
Iron Charity asked me, I've designed 3 bridges, and he asked me whether I use science. I said, yeah, of course I've used science. I've used applied science. And God actually asks us to search for knowledge, not to not as the say. I heard you guys talking about the Quran. The Quran really pretty much says, "Don't question me," whereas the Bible says, "Question me."
Mm-hmm.
So there you go, Charitia. If you've got the guts, come in, mate, and we'll discuss it.
Well, I have been challenging Charity Tier to come in for quite some time now. I think pretty much every channel he goes to and does much trash talking, people offer to allow him, her, whoever it is, to come in and air their grievances. And to my knowledge, it has never happened.
So food digestion, that's even, to me, that's even more miraculous than just photosynthesis, because it's not simply just taking the elements of the atomic, properties of the things and moving it back into, storing it into sugars and fats and whatnot. Our cellular structures, they're specifically designed. There's essential and non-essential amino acids. And so, which basically the difference is that our bodies can artificially, or at least self-make, the non-essential amino acids, but it can't make the essential ones. So it has to leach or digest or break down those amino acids from the things that we eat to be able to continue to sustain all of the 700 something 20 trillion cells in our body, because it can't synthesize those specific chemicals. So that's why we have to eat. And then, of course, again, it makes the sugars and the glucose and stores the extra for fat. And then everything else, it literally, you just crap it out. Everything else is poop, So our bodies filter, our bodies are specifically selecting and filtering out what it does need, what it doesn't need. And it's just amazing.
When you get into that, though, you open up another can of worms, because there's literally, like, you got beneficial and unbeneficial bacteria living in your gut. There's like a whole, it's been compared to like a rainforest living inside your body, like an ecosystem.
Yep.
And
too, right?
Everybody's is different too. That's why, some people could eat certain things and some people can't, because once you've gotten used to it, or if it's, a certain diet, and you disrupt that, you're going to upset those bacteria, and they've also can regulate hormones, and you know what I mean. So you probably looked into that, and that's amazing in itself. It's almost like are they living inside us, or are they controlling us?
We allow them. Our bodies allow them, are designed actually to.
But that's what it is. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And then
we're bacteria zombies. That's what's actually happening.
I've heard that theory before.
I'm sorry,
I'm not sure.
Like a host.
Back here, guys. My cat's scratching something over there.
I'm not sure if you guys covered it earlier, but I read an article last night, and I actually got it from Latangelo's Facebook page, and I sent a copy to John as well. It was about the 37 trillion cells in our body and how they actually communicate, and they posit that there's quantum communication going on between all the cells, because the whole body is a system, and it needs to communicate from one cell to the other what's going on. So it was a very interesting article. If you've got the time, it's about a 1 hour read, but it's really, really good.
Cool.
Yeah,
when you half my life to read all his stuff.
Yeah, when you really get down into the, well, this goes back to my my diatribe all night about poker.
Yeah, poker. Yeah.
When you think about like what George was just talking about, like, hey folks, so we're kind of coming to the conclusion that there may be some like quantum communication going on between all of your cells. We don't know exactly how it's happening, but we're pretty sure on the quantum level there's communication processes that are happening, right? It's like, okay, you think about that in the context of the poker analogy, it's like, okay, so I currently have quads and I have a straight flush draw. Like I have the current nuts and I have a redraw to the absolute nuts in the context of poker language, and my opponent has literally nothing. It's like, yes, I am all in. Let's go. Like, you want to bet? Okay, cool. I call.
Yeah, but
And,
do you actually win anything? Because they don't seem to have much to bet with.
well, I mean, obviously they won't really, but I'm meaning in the context of the philosophical. Well, actually, in the context of the battle for souls,
There you go.
right? They actually are. They do have a stack,
There you go.
and I just say that I raise, and and part of I say this to a lot of folks in the context of like, what am I doing here? Why am I doing this channel? Why are we having this conversation? And to me, my background's been in entrepreneurship, and one of the things I contemplated, actually, I didn't contemplate when I first started, but I have been contemplating it over the last couple months. Of as I'm putting time into this, I kind of try to frame it to myself as like I am making the ultimate investment I'm making an investment in the ultimate startup. And in this context, the return on investment is souls. And whether or not I actually recognize and see my ROI in this life is 100% irrelevant, because the actualization of the return is in the next one. And I may not know what my reward is, and I'm not doing it for that reason, but that's the back end benefit to putting time, energy, and thought into all these kinds of conversations is to me that's the reason for it.
Yes,
It's not ego. It's not ego. It's not those kind of things. It's, hey, we were put here for a reason. We have purpose, and it's not about destroying somebody else. It's about finding others, helping to build them up, and I think really recognizing that in spite of the facade that's put up by a significant percentage of the atheists, they do not actually have the confidence they project. And when they go down the rabbit hole and behind all the facades, the vast majority of them are weak and have low self-esteem, low self-confidence, and don't actually have this, I understand existence that they like to project. No, they don't.
Boy,
they literally try to argue. They literally arguing that their existence basically has no meaning and is this tiny finite little bubble. Like, no, I'm sorry, you do not have macro level understanding. You are consciously attempting to remain in a cocoon, and I call you a coward. But
that's so funny you said that, because like that's literally like almost what I said to an atheist today in chat on one of Smokey's channel, and like he's one that I'm not gonna mention his name, but he got so triggered, man, because he went off on a huge post, but it's because it's truth. You know what I mean? They want to the lack of their confidence, they want to project it onto you and bring you down, so that makes them feel better. But I've heard your testimony before, you know what I mean, John, and I know where you're coming from, and you're sincere about what you're saying, and that's the same way as me. I know I've spent a lot of time doing other stuff, that I shouldn't be doing. So, anytime I can give now back to the Lord. I said this a few years back when I mentioned my testimony the other day on Nicholas's channel, but when I made a covenant with the Lord that, from here on out, I'm going to stop the backslide in the games and get serious. And it's been great, man. I've been blessed, and I just want to help bless. I just want to share that, you know what I mean? It's a great feeling.
Good on you, Chris.
Yeah, but glory to God, it's not. When I say great feeling, it's not for my ego. It's a great feeling when I see that somebody else, says thank you, or I didn't know that. When you, like my niece, for a while, she was a Muslim for about a week. She, how kids these days, they get on the internet and they're so impressionable, and then it took me just about an hour, to take care of that. My mom was freaking out, like telling her, you're not going to wear this and that. And I was like, no, don't, that's not the way to handle it. You know what I mean? Because she's going to rebel more. Just let me bring her over here. Let her show her some stuff online. And that didn't take but about an hour. And that was the end of that.
You guys are reminding me.
Well, Chris, the main tenet of Islam is that the Quran is perfectly preserved,
Exactly. That's what I used. Yeah.
dot for dot, letter for letter, word for word. And for 14 centuries, they were pushing that narrative. And now they find that they found 37 different Arabic Qurans, and they've found
Yep.
something like 93,000 variants between those and the standardized Hafs Quran. And now all of a sudden the narrative's changed. A lot of the Christian apologists that I listen to have said there are holes in the narrative. So if there are 37 different Qurans, which one's the correct one? And if there are 37 different Arabic Qurans, there must be 37 different Allahs. So which Allah do you pray to? That's what I ask them.
You know what? I don't see. Maybe it's just because I'm here in America, and I do try to, like, you know, I mean, look on the internet, you know, other sources, but I don't see the Muslim apologists like you used to see maybe like 10 years ago. They were really big on the internet because I think Mike Winger was talking about this, and it's true. Like 10 years ago, like atheists kind of owned the internet, and you know what I'm talking about. Like when
Yeah.
we were very much in the minority when you come on here. I mean, you would just be like attacked. Like when Nephilim started doing his videos, man. Him and the guy's name was, I think, Gear Up. He went by. He had done like a little skit with Godless Guy. That's who I remember. And man, they were just harassed. You wouldn't believe what some of the stuff, you know, Neff's been through. Maybe some of you guys have followed him long enough to know, but they did some pretty amazingly crappy stuff, you know, in respect to Neff. And the fact that he's still here doing the same thing, hasn't changed. It's just, I mean, bless him, man. He's a man of God, truly a man of God.
Yes,
I agree.
that's making me even more reminiscent of, you know, just you know, you guys talking about all these instances where this, that, or the other belief system is more predominant, and people seem to just want to assume that atheists are correct, that their religion is the prominent one in science, and it's the exact opposite. You know, I think it's rare for scientists like, you know, James Tour and those guys that we try to highlight to step out because they want to avoid all of this nonsense, this just anti-scientific just drama. And so, you know, so it's foreign, you know, guys, those of us that are, you know, in science fields, we talk about this stuff all the time. We're like, and I'm bold enough to say there's just no atheists in science. You know, I mean, even like back at SpaceX, for example, one of the funnest things about that job was that we were working so many long hours and doing so much just you know, just really, really hard work, that we would just debate religious stuff just for the fun of it, just help the time to pass, just to keep our minds, you know, kind of focused on each other and the teamwork and stuff like that. And we would have these just awesome esoteric debates long into the night. You know, you would think we could talk about all kinds of stuff. You know, we could talk about the science and the physics. We could talk about space stuff, but no, we talk about God because that is the ultimate, you know, that is the goal of everything we do is, and, you know, and there's people of every, and it's not just, I don't say there's Christians in science, there's theists. Only theists can do science. We had people of all walks of life. You know, we had Mormons. We had, you know, there's a guy at the First Stage booster stand, for example. He was a very dedicated Calvinist, the first Calvinist I'd ever met in America. And we would find projects to do with him just so we could talk to him about that stuff, and it was fun, you know. And then we never got upset. You never got, you know, no one ever got butthurt. You know, we all had a common goal. It made everybody just even that more of a family, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Joel, if a religion has hurt science, why was it that early creationists were Christians and they actually advanced science? And I'm talking about people like Newton, Kepler, Maxwell, Mendel, etc., etc.
Oh yeah, no, you'll hear me make the argument that Darwin never made a single original thought in his life. His entire career, he plagiarized directly from Lamarck and Paley while he was studying to become a Christian minister at Christ's College. And then he fell away from Christ later in life after his daughter Annie died. And that's when he took Huxley's atheist white supremacy dogma, his bullcrap, and he added that to creationist science. So evolution today is nothing but a white supremacist version of creationism they call evolution.
Well, correct, but I think it goes even further back than that. I think you'll find the roots of evolution entrenched in Hindu and Greek mythology. So it goes further than that.
Well, sure. I mean, nothing is new under the sun, but the point, as far as the science, as far as the actual ability to observe changes in biology, that was started by Christians, Christian naturalists, Christian biologists, and even atheist biologists, the genuine, the ones that were trying to actually, solve some of this stuff without necessarily asserting their religion everywhere, like atheists do today. Mendel, for example, he was, like you mentioned him, Mendelian genetics. He's the actual founder of modern genetics. We only use his nomenclatures of dominant and recessive genes today. We don't use anybody else's. We don't use anything from Darwin. Darwin never contributed anything to science ever. That's why he could never get published until 1920s when the eugenesis movement got popular. That's when his fraud finally started to become known again. But Mendel was obscured. He's this Christian monk in the middle of Germany. Nobody knew anything. He didn't care. He's just playing with his plants. It was an atheist botanist who just happened to run across his work and recognized it and say, hey, this explains what we've been looking for. So it just all comes from Christians. All of this biology stuff is Christian.
Well, the main tenet of modern science is the scientific method.
Yes,
and they have to thank Sir Francis Bacon, who was a creationist, and I believe I think the Royal Society of London was actually founded by Sir Francis Bacon as well. So all of modern science really need to thank the past Christian scientists for where we are today.
I think every one of us here today need to thank Louis Pasteur for his his work.
Yeah.
I got some of his quotes. I keep a collection of quotes over the years. See if I can find it real quick. Yep. He says, quote, "The more I study nature, the more I stand amazed at the work of the creator. Science brings men nearer to God. In good philosophy, the word cause ought to be reserved to the single divine impulse that has formed the universe." And the last one I got is, he said, "A little science takes you away from God, but more of it takes you to him," which is the same thing from Heisenberg to Einstein to Jastrow to all these guys.
Amy, natural selection was something that a Christian actually found, not anything else. You guys, atheists, borrow pretty much everything from Christians. They've borrowed the scientific method. They've borrowed natural selection. They've borrowed the Mendelian genetics. They've borrowed the pathways of the seas. Oh, lots of stuff.
Well, not only that, but natural selection was debunked back in 350 BC by the ancient Greeks. Aristotle himself wrote a treatise called Physics, and it was in great detail. I love sharing the article. I've got a free online version from MIT where he goes and just makes all kinds of direct comparisons with teeth and houses and all kinds of things, and makes a perfect philosophical debate about how natural selection is not true. This is 2,000 plus years ago.
Well, correct. The other interesting fact, Joel, is Nobel Prize winners in the past century or so, I think it's about 87% of those Nobel Prizes were won by creationists, Christians or Jews.
Wrong, 95%.
Sorry?
95%. 10% went to non-theists. 5% of those that were atheists won them in the literature category. So only 5% of science Nobels go to atheists.
Yeah, correct. I forget the actual figures, but the Christians and Jews are way ahead of the so-called free thinkers.
Well, let's just say atheism can't do science. Science, again, per the Christian scientific method, is to establish a belief based on empirical, repeatable, observable evidence in real time. Atheism is the religious belief that says that things can be true or false without evidence, which is nothing more than an appeal to ignorance logical fallacy. Are you raising your hand? Oh, my wife wanted to say something, but yeah. So no, atheism is the antithesis to science, and I can go into great detail about it. In fact, I used to love to debate this again 20 years ago. How because people used to say, they would throw this. There's a Wikipedia article about. My wife's distracting me about atheist Nobel Prize winners, and so I would research and study this, and they were winning prizes in things that were already obsolete or useless. I just like Nobel was just giving prizes away for hardly nothing, for candy. And I talk about it with them, the people that try to raise these issues, that the best example of any of the technology that was developed by a non-theist Nobel Prize winner, and I forget the guy's name, I could look it up. He's on that. He's like the top guy listed on that Wikipedia website. Was this guy? He was a Soviet pure mathematician. No, that was Igor. But yeah, not this other guy. I forget what field he was. I think he was a physicist. What? Did you want to say something? Oh, he's to me. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Anyway, so yeah, all the things, and I researched a lot of them, a lot of jet engine development stuff, whatever. But this guy invented what's called hyper bioelectric transistors. It was in the 1950s, and that was the best. What do we call it? Actual piece of technology that an atheist Nobel Prize winner actually developed. He didn't win the Nobel Prize back then. It took another 50 years for his Soviet socialist fascist state to collapse before they even recognized him. But anyways, so he had the best example, I thought, of an atheist that ever contributed anything original to science ever, was this one guy. And I've researched more into it, and it turned out that Bell Labs had actually developed CMOS technology a year prior to this guy's HP transistors, which blew my mind away, because we still use CMOS today. It's still one of the fundamental technologies for chip design today. And to find out that CMOS is that old, I was like, wait a minute. That was pretty crazy. But so even the one guy that I could find, with all my years of study of atheists and theists contributing to science, the best atheist contributor, his invention was a year obsoleted after he made it. So that's where I've definitely have been able to say for years now. And I keep challenging people, give me an example otherwise, where there's no significant scientific contribution and no new fields of science by any atheist ever. It's all done by theists, all of it.
And let's not forget the 3 decades of the junk DNA baloney about that probably put us, as I said, it put us back 3 decades into genetics research.
I think there's even a paper on that.
Yeah, there was a lady that she got her Nobel after she died because of that. I forget her name. Start with an M. You guys heard what I'm talking about?
No.
Not the lady that Crick stole research from. It was another lady who was postulating how the gene code was dynamic, and it was it was.
My gills.
That might be it. I remember.
You talk about the one that did experiments with plants.
It's mixed something. Yeah, she was all about the plants.
Yeah, the plants. But Barbara.
Talk maybe.
I can't think of it.
First woman to win a single individual Nobel Prize, and
right. Posthumously, yeah. But yeah, no, she was contradicting all the old stuff back then about biology, or at least evolutionary biology, and everybody just dismissed her. She's just a stupid woman, and it turns out the things that she was trying to publish was true, and it would set science back, like you said, 50 years.
Let's see. Gertie Theresa Corey?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
No, that's 1947. This was later. Let's see.
In what field of science, Joel?
Chemistry, maybe.
I believe she was some sort of chemical biologist or something.
Okay, I was thinking of Madame Curie, but that's not.
I want to say Barbara makes something, but I can't.
Is it Marie Curley? No.
No.
I'm confusing 2 people, I think.
Let's see.
Wow, Marie Curie, she won 2 prizes. I remember that now. Yep, she killed herself though.
Because the lady that we're talking about, it was like in the early 80s, wasn't it?
That was in the 50s, I thought.
Was it the 50s?
It was late. Yeah, it was earlier.
No, that's not it. He's got a list of all female Nobel Prize laureates, but
I also can't understand how they're still pushing the junk DNA paradigm, even though there's a multi-billion-dollar project going on at the moment at the ENCODE, where they're looking at the 4D nucleome. They're exploring the fourth dimension of the DNA. They propose that when proteins fold, there's different pathways for information. And that paper I read last night on the quantum communication was just like mind-blowing as to, I never thought of it actually. I thought 37 trillion cells, they have to communicate with each other because it's a whole system, and they need to do it efficiently. And quantum entanglement is what they're proposing. And they actually did some experiments with irradiating one set of cells on one side of a glass with another set of cells on the other side of the glass to see how they actually communicate with each other. It was amazing.
mm-hmm.
I think it was Dorothy Hodgkin, 1964.
Okay. For her determinations by X-ray technique of the structure of important biomechanical substances. That sounds pretty close. I had a really wonderful article by another scientist who was highlighting all of this, but that was months and months ago.
Well, yeah, George, in line with what you're talking about, there's also the facet that the cells and all the way into the DNA are giving off frequencies too. I mean, like sound frequencies.
Yeah.
There's so many different aspects of like, there could be information being transferred on the quantum level, on the sound wave level. I mean, there's so many different potentials. Like when you think about all of the different receiver proteins that are on the outsides of all the cells, like I think we oftentimes forget about that. Like there's sensors, real-time sensors that are on basically every cell on the outside, external membranes, and they send signals into the cell or to other cells.
Well, neurons do that, of course, but I guess the question now, Tangulo was showing me some research about how every cell has maybe some sort of threads between them as well.
Well, there's the threads. I mean, there's that aspect of it too, in terms of how is the information being transferred. But there's also just the literal sensors that are on all outside of almost every cell, like just covered. Right. The cell membranes are just covered with all these sensors, right? And yeah, there was I watched this whole lecture. They were basically making a comparison of being more advanced, but they're putting in the context of like modern drone technology. And like, what are we trying to do? We're trying to get real-time input-output, right? And they were making the comparison to a cell of like, okay, so there's a ridiculous number of sensors on the outside of this cell that directly connects into being able to send hormones and other signals into the interior, which then results in, protein synthesis, modification, those different modifications and stuff in real time. And then they're factoring in, like epigenetic, methylation, and those different factors that are happening. And kind of putting on the context of like, wait a minute, we're just now starting to recognize what to even look for in this context. And, kind of took getting to, our own technology advancing to the point that we even actually knew what to look for in the biological system. And that's why I think, going back, the poker analogy gets dumb at this point, because it's like, we literally don't even know what to look for yet. Not because we haven't, it's like not there to be found. It's because we literally aren't advanced enough to know what to look for. I mean, think about that for a second. Like, it's not that we can't figure it out. It's that we don't know what to look for because we're not smart enough yet.
Right. We don't know how to recognize
in terms of our discoveries. That's what blows my mind about this whole element. That's why I find the atheist worldview just to be a sheer desperation and like conscious and willful suspension of rational thought and refusal to even remotely contemplate and do real analysis of the evidence. I mean,
it's nothing
John-
short of science denial.
I'd like to add one thing here where you guys were talking about. Have you guys ever heard of Rosalind Franklin?
That does ring a bell.
Yeah, she didn't get her credit. She was a Jew, and she
Yes.
was the one. She did the work on her DNA research that was to
Right.
help.
She's who Crick stole from.
Basically, yes, and now she was agnostic, but like later in life, she admitted that she never really kind of like gave up on her Jewish beliefs. So like, there's another example because I know I think it was Crick or Watts, I can't remember which one, said there was no place for creationism in science, but they stole that work from her, and she should have had a Nobel Prize for that.
Amy, if you want to come in, we'll get into how you can produce life with just water and carbon, and you have a bunch of theories. There's first of all, abiogenesis is nowhere near a theory, not even close.
Tony, based on what John was talking about earlier on frequencies, can I ask, do you guys have 5G technology in America yet?
I've saw advertised on TV, so for AT&T, so we must.
Okay.
Supposedly we do, but my data signal is still sucking.
That might be why we're having all these problems right now, because they're implementing it and like you said, trying to move others to other bandwidths. I don't know. Makes sense.
Well, I was actually the point I was going to make is, do you think the 5G frequency might do something to the human frequencies that are within the cells and such? I know a lot of people are concerned here in Australia about various cancers and diseases
Seems
being
like
induced
brain
by
cancer's on the rise. Just from people that I know, I could blow your mind at the people that I know personally that have had brain cancer in the last have died from brain cancer or currently have it in the last 2 years. At least
Okay.
eight. Guys.
I'm sorry.
I could speak on that subject if y'all want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
it's non-ionizing radiation. So yeah, if anybody,
Well, they say that about cell phones too, but then they also tell you, if you really research, they'll tell you to keep your cell phone 3 to 6 feet away from you too.
Yeah, it's not
which I do at night.
If anybody would have brain damage from cell phone technology, it'd be guys
it's negligible. It's supposed to be very low amount, but I mean,
I've been dealing with gigahertz and terahertz frequencies since I was a kid, since I was in my 20s. I mean, even the military stuff that I worked with was 18 gigahertz ranges and SINCAR stuff.
Right.
And then the stuff in space science industry. No, my brain should be fried.
Right. Yeah. My brother he built PET scans and cat scans. Yeah. He should. He didn't never have any cancer. So yeah, he was all in it.
Joel, a lot of atheists will say that your brain is fried.
Oh, my wife just said that. You call my wife an atheist. She's like, maybe your brain is fried. You just don't know it.
Brain cancer can be slow developing. It wasn't malignant, but my grandfather had brain cancer on my dad's side, not the one I take care of now, but he had it for like years and years, and he totally went crazy. I mean, he I could tell you some wild stories, but to make a long story short, he ended up dying he waited too long to have the surgery, but it was because it was like 10 years. It progressed. So it can be a slow progressing disease.
Hey, Jesse. Nice to see you in live chat.
Hey.
No, I didn't see Jesse popped in. Hello, Jesse.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Jess.
Hey. I was listening to you guys when I was going to get some food. I was really hungry, and of course I drove like 6 miles farther than I needed to, but I live like
to get pork loin and green beans because John was talking about it.
Was John's conversation about his
sounded good.
It did sound good, actually.
Better than what I had.
Yeah, there's not a lot open, so I had limited options, and yeah, I live like actually pretty far north, not outside of Denver because Denver's like really grown, but anywhere we go, we have to travel like 4 to 5 miles to get to the grocery store or whatever, and I put it in my phone and it took me to one that was like 6 more miles away. And I was like, well, darn it, I guess I'll just have to listen to the live stream.
Well, I tell you what. So the one positive that's come out of this whole COVID thing for me is I have like completely given up eating outside of my house. And
man, I've been doing it for 4 years, man.
And not because like I'm afraid to go outside because I'm like out every day, literally. But the fact like I'm cooking home cooked meals like every day, and it's amazing. I'm like, okay, I will never eat fast food again.
No,
it completely destroys my bowels. I mean, it's like, no, I'm good.
That's the biggest tell right there too, John. You're exactly right. Like I have for the last 4 years, I've completely went off eating fast food. And if I do, like sometimes I will eat like even like French fries out, and they just they don't agree with me.
But yeah, now it's like, I kid you not, I'm driving home and I'm like, what am I going to eat tonight? And it's like this challenge to myself. Like, I'm going to make what am I going to make tonight? This is going to be so good, And I've been like rotating through pork loin, salmon,
and
chicken,
pudding.
different types of no
mahi's pretty good.
I like some mahi, some tilapia.
Joel, you said your wife was an atheist?
No, he was being silly. Tony's calling her, or John was calling her one, because she yeah, we had a blueberry muffin tonight for dinner, right, with extra butter.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was awesome.
I mean, it's too good, man. It's like, yeah, that baked potato was amazing. Just I tell you what, I've thought about this for many times, over the years, but when you really start to like dive into like the different nutrients and like their impact, the benefits, it's like, okay, so there's pretty much a solution for the vast, vast majority of the ailments that plague humanity in different nutrients, like fruits, veggies, whatever. Like, it's already out there. Now, if you've like completely destroyed yourself, then it might not be enough. You might have to have some other additional factor to fix it, but fix the problem. But like, if you hadn't gone down that rabbit hole initially, there's probably a way that you can fix the vast majority of the problems. Until I'm talking about removing like major genetic disorders and stuff from the equation. I'm talking about the normal stuff, right? The vast majority that can be solved if you take the time to
look it up,
go research it, find out what the way you need to shit. I mean, like, I thought I had I thought I had a serious case of IBS. And man, is praise I am in the stream? Like, what happened here?
That was tiny.
It's funny, John, is I did a really long paper back in college about 6 years ago, and it was on basically showing that GMOs were bad, and I came across this article of this guy actually talking about McDonald's fries and what they have to do with the potatoes. They actually have to like detoxify them by leaving them in a warehouse so they can get all the fumes coming out of them. I don't know all the chemical like composition behind it or what happens when they modify them in those areas, but something interesting that he said in the article was this: the biggest killer in America is the fork. It's our diet, it's what we eat. Like,
is that like guns don't kill people? Forks,
right? It's the
when you get chopsticks.
Yeah.
Well, there's some ridiculous. I know it's almost 70% of not all forms of cancer, but it's almost 70% of all of the most common cancer diagnoses are strains of cancer directly correlated with obesity.
Yep.
And it's like, again, not 60 or almost 70% of all potential cancers. I'm talking about the most common cancers, right? And to me, when you really contemplate that, so how much money do we spend per year trying to cure cancer?
Yeah,
we know
billions.
The best way to cure cancer is to prevent it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we know beyond doubt that the way that we could cure, quote unquote, cure 70% of all cancer diagnoses is don't be fat. I mean, are you kidding me? How is this not being pushed beyond, every level? Obviously, I want to get into the whole like conspiracy theories of big pharma and such, because that's a whole other conversation. But I'm like, so we're arguing over whether or not fat shaming is acceptable.
You know, it's funny
we
too,
know
because
that person who we're supposed to like make sure not to fat shame, even unintentionally, like they could die at a younger age if we could have solved this problem.
Yeah, it's even funnier too, because I really like reading Reader's Digest, and one of them on the front had 50 things that doctors don't want to tell you, and I was like, oh, cool, let's read this story or whatever, and it was not what I thought it was. Basically, it's like us, when we're trying to, tell people about creation and how evolution is not true and pseudoscience, and these doctors, they're not allowed to say it. They get these people that come into their office, they're obese, and they don't change their lifestyles, they don't change their diet. They come in complaining about their back, their hips, all these medical problems. They're taking all kinds of statin drugs. And the doctor really just wants to tell them, you need to lose weight, but they can't. That was the 50 things that they couldn't tell you. Like, stop eating pounds and pounds of sugar. Otherwise,
because then you won't be going back to the doctor, though, to get and paying them and paying these pharmaceutical companies.
True.
So
very true,
I had gotten up to the heaviest I ever was 236. And I'm 185 now.
That's crazy. That's about as heavy as I got to, and I'm pretty close to your height. Yeah.
When I think about it, at the time, I didn't really think about it that much, but now that I'm down to 185, and like just the level of like how much easier it is just to move around, like go upstairs and like all that kind of stuff, I'm like, this is nuts. And when I think about it now, like, okay, at 185, like, holy crap. I was literally moving 50 pounds of mass, greater amount of mass around, just moving it around. And I'm like, well, the part that really gets me is like, yeah, that was the heaviest I've ever been. But then I think about all these folks that are 300 pounds, 350, 400 pounds. It's like, good night. I cannot imagine trying to move that much weight around.
And think about the stress it puts on your heart and your joints and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And it's absolutely amazing. And I was in a government class 2 years ago, and there was this one girl who was definitely overweight, and she was like, we need to stop, I don't know if she said like fat shaming, but she basically said something like that. And me and this other girl that were sitting next to each other, we were both pretty skinny. And this girl, I was so proud of her, and especially for her age too. She was like 20. She goes, oh, I'm sorry, we're not fat shaming here. We're letting you know that it's a health problem. Like, you are going to die young. There is nothing right about saying that, we should have like X plus models and, no, it's dangerous. Like, you die young. Yep. It's absolutely amazing.
For sure. And all kinds of your toxins are stored in the fat. You know what I mean? So like when they go on those diets, you're going to start releasing those toxins as you burn that fat. And so, you've got to be careful too when you do diet that you don't lose weight too quick. So, yeah,
and one of the things to think about too, you're talking about the heart, right? So it's, I just Googled it again. For every pound of fat, you have about a mile of extra blood vessels.
Wow.
A mile. So think about that. So when when I was 50 pounds heavier than I am now, I had 50 miles of extra blood vessels that my heart was having to pump blood through.
Oh, wow.
I mean, when you think about the level, that additional level of strain, right? And then I was 50 pounds overweight. Somebody's 250 pounds overweight. You're talking about 250 miles of blood is being pumped. That's just nuts to me when you think about that. It's also very fascinating in the context of how amazing the human body is. They can even survive that, right? Just that additional level of strain for any period of time. But that's just nuts.
Well, don't you think that God kind of put contingencies in us, like it depends on what which way you lean or which way in the third or whatever, that either when they ate of the fruit it corrupted their DNA, or it was supernaturally God corrupted their DNA, right? But he still put in contingencies in our body because he already knew we were going to do all this stuff. He already knew that we were going to eat meat, yet we were made to eat only fruit. He knew that we were going to do all of this stuff. He knew that there was going to be alcohol and drugs and everything like that. I mean, think about how much people put into their bodies, these toxins, the aluminums and all that kind of stuff. And yet we still actually survive quite a long time with all these toxins.
Do you guys fast?
No, I should, but I don't.
Right now, I do the.
Not on purpose, but I do sometimes miss a lot of meals.
I tell you what I do is I'm doing the 16-hour fast, 16-8. So I eat one major meal a day, and I usually have in the same 8-hour period I'll have like a giant bowl of fruit, and usually some nuts. But it's amazing. Like, it took about a week and a half when I switched over to like the one like major meal a day thing, and after about a week, my metabolism shifted, and like I'm literally not hungry throughout the entire day.
Did you get that from Raw Matt? Because he's got a great video on one of his, I think it's one of his newest videos. He's got an 1.5-hour video where he's been interviewed, and it's excellent. I recommend anybody go watch that.
Yes, it was very good.
Did you watch it? Yeah.
Did you see the one that he did on SFT? It was like a year ago.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you should look that one up on Standing for Truth's channel. Yeah, because he actually answers questions from the live chat, goes over his diet, goes over some like kind of starting things that people that want to say get on more of like a raw food diet, or
Well, I mentioned that because John, that's what he kind of does as far as like at the moment, like one big meal. You know what I mean? And
well, what's crazy about it is like your body adjusts. I mean, initially it feels weird, but then once your body adjusts, honestly it's kind of strange, right? Like, 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon rolls around. I think about this occasionally. Like, I have not eaten yet today. I mean, I've drank water and all this kind of stuff, but like I haven't eaten yet today. I am not hungry. I don't feel hungry. I know that around 6:30, 7 o'clock, I'm going to start feeling very, very hungry, and that's when I got my big old meal ready to roll. And it's very strange, and in a good way. And then the other irony too is that because you've shifted away from the search for the sugars, and
that's it.
When your body's burning fat, it's a much more steady energy, and you don't have these highs and lows. It's
Yeah, you're keeping your insulin from spiking, so that's because if you eat a series of little small snacks, even if it's fruit, your insulin's spiking.
Well, with fruit, it's not spiking. It's not really spiking.
Well, I mean, not as bad as like a candy bar or soda.
Slightly, but very, very little compared to. So that's what I'm saying. Like
a cup of cantaloupe has like 14 grams of sugar, and one Coke has like 40 grams, and that's the problem. People are like drinking Cokes, you know what I mean? When they could be eating like.
Well, and the other thing is the ridiculous amount of added sugars.
Oh yeah,
everything.
Salt too. Yeah,
salt.
You nailed it, George.
Sodium and quote unquote added sugars. Like, okay, it's like sugars 0 grams. Added sugars 25. Like, what?
Yeah.
What? Well, I'll tell you the other thing. When I was first started trying to lose weight, I couldn't understand. Like, I was walking like crazy, all this kind of stuff, and I just couldn't figure out why I wasn't losing it to the level I should. Right? And I was drinking like 3 or 4 big Gatorades a day.
Yeah.
And then I'm sitting looking at the sugars in Gatorade. It's freaking nuts.
Yeah.
In like a decent sized Gatorade. I mean, it's loaded up with almost as much sugar as a Coke.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Fruit juices is why a lot of the kids are obese today, man. The parents run around with just like Cokes or fruit juices like all the time. That's
constant candy, and then their teeth rot.
Teeth rot, exactly.
Oh my gosh. My 2 youngest cousins, they have like 7 cavities. I'm 36 and I have no cavities because my mom wouldn't let us eat sugar.
Same here, man. My mom wouldn't let me have any drink sugary drinks like that, and I've had no problem with cavities my whole life. She's almost 70, so she doesn't have false teeth or anything. She's got great teeth. So, but
My grandfather's 84 and he's only missing 2 teeth. In fact,
wow, that's even crazier.
Yeah, the nurse was brushing his teeth because he had a really bad episode last year where he almost died, and it's amazing what the human body can come back from, because he actually had sepsis, and he also had some other kind of poisoning and then an allergic reaction to a coating drug or something like that. But you guys know what sepsis is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, they took him off all the machines except for a breathing machine. And they eventually shut off all the monitors. Me and my uncle stayed with him all night long. I watched him struggle to breathe. He's 84 years old, right? And the next day, he wakes up. He's better, he can't really move a whole lot. He's kind of weak, but he's doing the air guitar to a song, and he's right back to basically where he was before that happened. And so when they were brushing his teeth, and she looked at me and goes, he doesn't have any false teeth? And I was like, no, he's only missing 2 teeth. We have strong bones in my family.
Yeah, a lot of it's genetics. My papa he didn't have his stroke till he was 89, and he fully recovered as far as he has a bad knee, so he couldn't do all the physical rehab to get back up. But all of his speech and everything recovered 100%. He'll be 94 the 28th of this month.
Yeah.
So,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jess.
George, were you trying to say something?
Yeah.
I was going to say. One of my cousins is a doctor, and we often go out to restaurants with him. Oh, sorry, when we used to go out to restaurants with him. But I used to look at the menu and I used to say, Jim, can I eat this? He goes, you can eat anything you like, he says. Just come and see me next week and I'll give you a dose of cholesterol tablets and blood pressure tablets. You'll be right.
To John's point, though, when I was about your same weight, John, you were talking about, and I actually had to go on a blood pressure pill, and man, it made me feel terrible. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna lose weight, and I did, and I'm back. I'm like 91 pounds right now or something. But so that's I was like about where you were at, 235ish, something like that. But I don't have to have any pills or anything now. I mean, period. My triglycerides, everything are perfect. I cut out sugar. I mean, you're so right, man. If you just change your diet, that will take you off those pills that they put you on, because you're not treating the root of the problem. You're just, it's like having a nail in your foot and them giving you a pain pill rather than just pulling the nail out.
Well,
Putting a Band-Aid on it.
That's what's the problem with healthcare, in my opinion, at least here in the Western civilization in general. It's like, so hang on, wait a minute. I pay you when I get sick. Why don't I pay you to keep me from getting sick, or to help me prevent me from getting sick? It's like all we do is treat symptoms, not root causes.
Correct. Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, I know that doesn't apply to 100% across the board in every aspect, but
for the most part, it does.
Honestly, I feel like for me as an example, right? So my brain surgery, I had a hyper skilled, hyper trained mechanic work on my body, and he fixed a leak. Like that's what it boiled down to, right? Like it's not that you're not super smart, super skilled, have this amazing talent, yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, with the things that doctors can do that actually have major potentials, in the game changers, right? Or usually it's fixing a broken bone, fixing a leak in your brain, or something that's wrong with your heart, or cutting out a part that's going bad, or cancer. You get this little lump here, let's chop it off. But the rest of it, it's 99.999% our own self-repair systems are solving the problem.
And it's happening.
What the doctors might be able to help you with is, this is the problem. Here's what you can do to help your body fix it. That's what it's really hang on, that's what I'm actually paying for here.
It doesn't actually make any sense.
Well, that's part of the reason I've stopped going to the doctor for the most part. It's what are they going to tell me? I mean, that's why I never understand why people, they have a cold and they're like, I gotta go to the doctor.
It's like, why?
Why?
Yeah.
Why are you going to the doctor? Why? This makes no sense.
You know,
go get in bed, go sleep, drink a whole crap load of water, start taking your zinc, and you're getting your vitamins. Make sure you eat some fruit, and like go hang out in your bed for a while. Like your body's gonna go through fever, and you're gonna be okay. Like it's all good. But, you know, there's some ways you might be able to accelerate your recovery time. Okay, maybe, but you get Z packs, all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, they literally tell you to go home and get in bed. Why did you go Why did you go out and use all this energy to go be told to go back and get in bed? Like, this is not. I don't understand it. It blows my mind.
You know, it's funny too because my mom, she was really afraid to go to the doctor because, one, there's just a lot of things that she doesn't really comprehend about medicine and all that kind of stuff, and her cholesterol was really high, and the doctor was very concerned. So I asked her to come in. So she asked me to go with her, and so the doctor drew out, you know, an artery and showed, you know, what happens when there's all kinds of plaque and, you know, and that, like, a little piece will break off and it either goes to your heart or your brain, causes a, you know, whatever it causes, heart attack and all that kind of stuff.
Aneurysm.
An aneurysm, yeah. And then she was telling my mom about the medicine and said how it, you know, it's going to prevent this. And so I asked her, said, okay, does it reduce the plaque? And she goes, oh, no, it doesn't reduce the plaque. I said, well, okay, does it reduce her blood pressure then? She goes, oh, no, it doesn't do that. And I was like, well, then what does it do? She goes, it prevents little swirlies. I was like, how? She stopped talking to me. She would not even acknowledge me. She would only speak to my mom. And because she spoke with authority, my mom thought that she was, you know, accurate in what she was saying. And my mom was on it for about 2 to 3 months. And she became a total bee. Like, she was mean all the time. She was hurting. Her urine got really dark. And the doctor basically told her that once she hits like a certain, like 3 to 6 months or something like that, you can't get off this drug. You know, you need to be on it forever. And I think she was about at 3 months.
Are you talking about a statin?
Yes, it was a statin drug. And I told my mom, I said, Mom, you feel terrible. You're acting horribly, you know, because you don't feel good. Your emotions are all a mess. You know, your body is hurting. I was like, stop that drug right now. And she did. And she's just fine.
Yeah, my mom refused it. She does like 250 milligrams of aspirin, and instead, because they recommend that, but she's never had a problem. She had a heart ablation done about 3 years ago where she had AFib, and really she's only had one episode in 3 years. So, but she had undiagnosed sleep apnea for a long time. Was the root of her problem with a little obesity, but she's been very good on her diet now. So, like John said, it goes back to your diet. You know what I mean? She's done good on her diet. Lo and behold, you know what I mean? Her health's turned around, you know, she's like getting out, and it's just like so big on the diet, man. Because I got kind of forced to get on I was telling John before I did my garden and everything. Well, I started taking my pap off 4 years ago. I didn't have anything to do, so I started growing my own garden. And because, you know, my family used to do bee farmers. You know, that's where all my ancestors, when this is all farmland, I got like 4 acres here. So it was just come natural, and it's been the best thing. And to his point, and I'll shut up, but if I go out and eat anything, man, fast food, I'm telling you, instantly my stomach is tore up. But other than that, never have a problem ever. You know what I mean?
Chris, we've got our own veggie garden here too. It's not a very big one, but still we get onions, garlic, oregano, peppers, chilies, tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce. We grow all those sorts of
that's
things.
About all you need. Yeah, that's about everything you need right there.
Yeah, and I was going to say, there's nothing like fresh food straight from your garden, because you've actually grown it. You know that there's no sprays on it or whatever. And you know when you're going to eat it, you're going to eat fresh food. And one of the things I did when I was in my mid-20s, I started looking at all this packaged stuff, you know. And you got to realize, to extend the shelf life of a particular ingredient, they have to add salt to preserve it. And when they add salt, because people get turned off by the salty taste, they counteract that with sugar. So when you buy something packaged, you are not only eating something that's very salty, you're also eating something that's very sweet. 2 bad things that you should be cutting out of your diet.
Yeah, and they'll do preservatives too. Like if you'll look for like BHT, that's a main one. That's known to cause cancer for sure, and it's in so many things. Just look, like all your breakfast cereals, just about. It's a flavor enhancer. It's kind of like, it's not like MSG, but it's like
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
is badass.
Well, I've got this app on my phone. It's called eCode. You can actually check all the preservative codes that are on the package, and you can read about and see what they do to your body, and then you can just reject it if you like. But you look at most packaged foods on the back where they have the ingredients, they'll have a lot of these preservatives, and they're usually ecodes like E320 or E300, 301 or whatever. And most people don't know what they are. And this app on my phone, actually, you just type in the code and it actually gives you a whole blurb of what it is and
what's the app called?
I think it's eCode. E is in England.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure. Or even if you search Play Store or I'm not sure what it's called on the Apple. But yeah, type in preservatives, preservative codes or something like that, and you'll find probably a number of packages that do the same thing.
Yeah, the bad thing.
I'm a big rap for growing your own food.
Yeah. The bad things when you start looking at the stores is like, so you start doing that. It's like, man, there's hardly anything I can get by in here to eat, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I have I've gone back to childhood looking back on it, I was so spoiled, not from a like eating candy all the time, but like I had a home cooked meal basically every night.
Yeah.
From little kid to going off to college.
Yeah,
I was getting the good.
Me too.
Yeah, the meat and potatoes and all that stuff. Basically, and I so much took it for granted. And now as an adult, looking back and I'm eating much better now. I'm like, eating a salmon fillet and some rice and mixed veggies and all this kind of stuff, like this is legit. Wait a minute, I was spending how much money going out to eat this, and why am I not just eating this at the house? It's
way cheaper, really. Or if it ain't cheaper, it's equivalent, and you're eating so much better and tastier, in my opinion.
Oh man, it's
I eat at fast food. That's like it just tastes like I can just taste it, like almost tastes like the chemicals in it, man. I swear I can. It's so weird. I don't eat it. I'll just like taste it, like if you know what I mean. Like I'll just like somebody's got it, I'll taste a bite just to kind of curiosity. I'm like, it's so salty because I haven't used salt in like years, and it's like so I don't add any table salt. So and I try to avoid like anything that's high in salt. But if I eat something that's like salty fries, I couldn't do it, man. There's just no way. I use vinegar like for my salt most of the time. Vinegar is so good for you, like apple cider vinegar.
Apple cider with the mother culture though. Make sure it's got the mother culture in it.
But I get, that's exactly what I get. I usually take a shot of that in the morning a lot of times. Or if you're going to eat a fatty meal, you should take a shot of it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. The other thing, Chris, if you've got a bit of fetish for salt, rather than salt, replace it with oregano. I think. I think you guys call it oregano.
Oregano. Yeah.
Yeah. If you do that, or even lemon juice, but make sure you actually put some of the rind of the lemon in there as well.
Yeah, Mrs. Dash works. They're just the regular one. They got like several different brands. I mean, she got several different kinds, but that's like one of the best ones, I think. It's got lemon in it and pepper and a few things. It's none of it's.
I'd say
bad for you.
Talking about taking shots, I'd say what I've started doing in the morning when I get up. I go have a quick shot of honey in the mornings. So
that's a good idea.
Like, do you talk about store-bought honey, or do you get honey from somebody that makes honey?
I haven't been able to find any like directly from, but I get like the unfiltered raw.
Okay, you get raw honey. Okay, yeah, good.
And it's the bottle I've been getting raised lately. It's got like a little small top on it, so it's like I literally walk over, grab it, pop the lid, squeeze.
Honey's good, man.
Squeeze, probably like a teaspoon of honey into my mouth, and I'm like, okay, that's good. And then rock on. I'm like, that's a good way to get a little energy boost in the morning. And
It is, and it's good for like it's because the bees pollinate and they're getting collect all the pollen. So for allergens, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They kind of help for that too. People that have allergies. So,
One
but
of the
I don't
best
like clover honey, so that's my problem.
Okay, I was going to say one of the best honeys you can get is the Manuka honey. It'll cost you about $100 a kilo, but you only need a small portion to get the benefit of it. And did you know a lot of doctors now, because of antibiotic resistance and whatever, they actually use honey. They actually apply honey on wounds
Oh yeah,
to assist with the healing.
Yeah, it's so many benefits.
George, did you know that they one of the oldest medical technologies they've been able to find is by somebody named Imhotep, and that they were actually using honey on wounds 3,000 years ago.
Okay, as an antiseptic, yeah.
Yep, as an antiseptic. And like if I'm starting to get like a scratchy throat or something like that, like you're probably going to start coughing the next day or whatever. I actually I swish some honey around in my mouth until it's like basically kind of dissolved, so that way when I swallow it, it actually coats my throat.
Yeah.
And like to say something about the whole vinegar thing, so you've got two openings in your esophagus. You've got the one that opens like a mouth, and then another one's like a flap. Well, the one that opens like a mouth, mine is actually broken. It doesn't close all the way. And so I get a little bit of heartburn. It doesn't come up very far. I never get it up to like the top of my throat or whatever. And it was kind of amazing. I went to this health food store. We call it Sprouts here in Colorado. I'm not sure if it's outside of Colorado or how far, but anyways, this guy that had like some gastrointestinal disease or something like that. So he ended up going on like a totally different diet, changed his diet. He had cancer. So he knew a lot about the system. And he asked me, he said, I want you to try something. Next time you have heartburn or something like that, or you're feeling full, like several hours after a meal, he goes, I want you to drink some vinegar and make sure it's got the mother in it, like George said. And if you start to feel better, then your body's not producing enough acid. And if you don't feel any better, that means you just need to regulate the acid that's already there. And I'll tell you one thing, guys, it's amazing. Like I'll eat something that I probably shouldn't eat. I'll get like a little bit of heartburn or an upset stomach or whatever. And I just drink vinegar. I straight up just drink it. And it burns. I tell people, I'm like, it burns, but don't mix it with water because then you're just going to dilute the acids in your stomach. And for years, doctors have been trying to push heartburn medication on me. And I told them, I'm like, no, because it inhibits acid. It's like taking rotten food. Yeah, it's like taking rotten food, throwing a bunch of acid on there, and then putting it in an oven of 425 degrees, and then leaving it in there for hours. That's what's happening in your stomach when you prevent acid. Like you actually want acid in your stomach.
Exactly. Yeah. Jess, one of the things I do is probably 2 to 3 times a week. I have a teaspoon of apple cider with the mother culture. I put it in a glass of water in the morning and I drink it before I have anything to eat.
That's what I do.
Heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. And where you actually squeeze half a lemon and then put a teaspoonful of honey, and that's a detoxifier. I had a cousin of mine, she had her gallbladder had a bunch of sludge in it or whatever. And she didn't want the doctors to take it out. She wanted to try to fix it on her own. Well, she didn't really exactly change her diet very well, but for 15 years, every day, George, she would drink one of those. She actually did it in tea. She made a tea out of it. And 15 years, she kept it at bay until finally, medically, she had to have it removed.
Well, my brother's got 2 beehives and we get our honey free from him. But one of the things about honey is the way it's processed. In order to get it out of the wax hexagonal structure, they have to add, well, they don't have to, but they add heat to it to actually improve the flow so it actually empties out. My brother doesn't do that. He lets it run out naturally. Apparently the heat process destroys some of the goodness in the honey. So a lot of the stuff you buy on the supermarket is actually heat treated.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
Store-bought honey is pasteurized. Yeah.
Yeah. So we get it fresh from my brother, and I can't say it tastes any different, but it still tastes, that honey sweet flavor. But that's what they say in the literature anyway.
That's interesting because it's a lot like milk too. Like where I grew up in a really high mountain town, like I like not kidding. I was born at 9,500 feet, and the town was only like 800 people, so very, very, very small. So I grew up on like real milk, not pasteurized milk, and milk that's separated. And I learned probably about 4 or 5 years ago the procedure of pasteurization, of keeping the milk from separating. And it actually destroys a lot of the good molecules or bacteria or whatever, because they literally have to bust it through a microfilter or a microfiber filter or something like that. And it's a microscopic filter, but they have to force it in order to bust up all these particles. And of course, I've had people argue with me, and they're like, well, yeah, but there's nothing, bad about that. And I'm like, okay, then why are so many people lactose intolerant? Like, I stopped drinking milk when I was like 6 years old because, one, I never really liked the taste. Unless it came straight from a cow or a goat, then I didn't mind drinking milk then. But there's so many people that are lactose intolerant that have got, weight problems. I mean, you see these girls now that have got, breasts the size of, almost grown women at a very young age. And they shouldn't be, because they're getting all these additional hormones, and they're getting these messed up hormones from this pasteurized milk. Like, I think the average American family goes through like a gallon of wheat every 2 days. It's insane.
Yeah, you're right. The average family drinks a lot of milk. I've tried. You ever tried coconut milk?
I like coconut milk. That's actually not bad.
I don't really like coconut milk. I go almond milk, and it's a lot less sugar, and I go unsweetened, and but I still drink my milk because I've just grew up loving milk. We have a Mayfield's milk. John may know have it where he's at. I'm not sure, but it's like the best milk, and I've lived everywhere. I'm a milk connoisseur.
Aren't you both in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
Both you and
John?
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
But
Well, it's funny too, because all it takes is just like a simple amount of like research, to find this kind of stuff
in moderation too. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to drink like a gallon of milk, maybe like a cup's good enough to get what you need out of, as far as
everything's
calcium.
In moderation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like Weight Watchers many years ago actually had it right the whole time. They said eat the food that you should eat should be the size of your palm. And if you're going to eat a piece of meat, only be the thickness of your palm, because technically speaking, our stomachs are no bigger than our fists.
Yeah, you don't want to expand your stomach too big.
Exactly. And it's interesting. You guys are really going to love this. So my best friend in Florida, he had a massive heart attack and a triple bypass surgery 3 years ago. He's got stents all over his heart. He's got stents all over his body. He's only got about 10% left on his heart. So he's got however many chambers are not working. And he's a full-blown diabetic. And he's on like 12 different drugs right now.
Is he obese?
No, actually, he's not.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
I think he was. Well, I don't remember. I think he might have been a little bit heavier when he had his heart attack, but he definitely had a very, very poor lifestyle with like food and, sugar and drinks and all that kind of stuff. And anyways, people have been, telling him for years, change your diet, try this diet, try this diet, try this diet. And finally, I was telling him about Raw Matt's diet, and I goes, well, my doctor says I'm not allowed to have oranges or bananas. And he's like, I would change my diet, but that's what I want to eat. And I'm like, then eat it. Yeah. I was like, he already told you you're only going to live the next 6 months. You can't have a heart transplant. Your arteries are far too weak. I said, what do you have to lose? You guys, this is impressive. He started this 6 weeks ago, just eating raw fruit throughout the day. And then I told him, I said, don't marry the diet, because right now your body wants all those sugars and all those starches, So just try eating some of it. He went to the doctor last week. His heart has improved by 10%.
Well,
isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
just by eating raw fruit. Yeah. Raw fruit and nuts, and then just, lowering down his portions. He hasn't had to take his, what you call like emergency medicine or whatever. Like, he still has to stay on some of these,
nitroglycerin or whatever.
Yeah, whatever they are. And like, he hasn't had to take an insulin shot, and it's pretty amazing. Like, he called me, he was like, this is so cool. Well, because the doctor tells him that your heart can't repair. And I showed him an article. I said, no, your heart can repair. It just repairs very slowly. And there are things that you can do to speed it up. But they immediately put him on these statin drugs.
They might be talking about like the valves because they get hardened and they get stiffened. But I'm not a doctor. Don't play well on TV, and it's probably the last thing I'll say just on nutrition in general. But like Raw Matt talks about it too, about like herbs. There's like 3 really good herbs: ashwagandha, you can't get enough of that. And but one that I can attest to for sure is milk thistle.
Yes.
And that will it pretty much boosts your liver into like help cleansing your body. And I take it, and like almost from like the day I started taking it, just like you can the next day I just had like just so much more energy. It was like ridiculous, night and day. Of course, now that did balance off after about a week. You know, I didn't feel that boost anymore, but just initially, because I guess it was helping clean out more toxins. But Matt goes into detail a little bit
Do you
about
have
how
that
it
in a
works.
salad, Chris?
No, what I do is I knew about it like years ago because I had an uncle that had to take that was taken. It was suggested by his doctor because he had some liver problems. But I take it in a capsule, and you have to get it assimilated. So I take the recommended dose is like maybe depending on what you're taking it for. Just the average person probably recommended dose would be like I think 300. It'd be 360. It's either I guess it would be milligrams. It wouldn't be grams. So it's on the like you can get it by the capsule, and it's generally they come 175. So you take 2. So
Are
I
you
take
talking
like
about milk thistle that
yeah,
you take in a capsule? Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I take like one a day, one at night, and
Now, what he's really talking about, because it gives him energy, he's been snorting a bunch of coke. And
yeah, that's it.
he's claiming it's milk thistle. That's his excuse.
That's it, man.
Taking that key bump as he's walking around, like that's why Chris is always up late on live streams, man. He's like, I gotta get my milk thistle.
So
I gotta call my
is it
man
okay
up
if
at 4 in the morning to get my milk thistle.
Is it okay if I change the subject really fast?
Sure. I think we
So
about
when
beat
you guys
this
were
one
talking,
down.
yeah. So I heard you guys talking earlier when I was driving about like all these amazing things about how we're created and our bodies and everything like that. And I didn't know if you guys knew this, but did you know that the placenta that is around a baby that the mother makes is one solid cell and nothing can penetrate it, like chemical wise, like
Nope.
inside the body?
Yep, yeah, it's very fascinating. I mean, we're discovering new things about the placenta like all the time. I'm like, whoa, it does that. Oh man, how did that happen? It's
What's the John? What is the there is one little chemical compound that allows food to pass through, and if it wasn't there, then the baby wouldn't be able to eat. Like I forget what the name is, but it's I don't remember now. But that was really fascinating. I was like, holy cow! And how do they think that? You can't stumble around in evolution and then figure it out. It doesn't work that way. There would be no babies. There would be no offspring.
well, according to evolutionists, and I believe Amy's been going on a diatribe about this in chat for a while now. Natural selection. Yeah, so natural selection only applies to modifications to things that already exist.
Mm-hmm.
Not the creation of the new function or of the original function. Like, this is a fact. This is a recognized one. This is why abiogenesis is such a problem. And this is why macroevolution is such a problem.
Yeah, natural selection is not a mechanism, man. I mean,
Well, the part that gets me about it more than anything is the evolution model and the atheist worldview require there to be no intelligent agent. And it's like, well, you do realize that you're literally personifying natural selection. Like, you're literally giving it intelligence.
Hey, let me know.
Yeah. Claiming it's not actually alive.
Because it has to choose something, right? Because they'll just say, well, nature had to choose this. And I'm like, so nature is your God? Oh, and they get so mad when I say that.
Yep, natural selection is God to them. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And I get this shoved down my throat at my college, and I was in a natural geography class, and we had to watch this stupid 30-minute video on anole lizards, ANOLE. It's their new pepper moths. And it's because there's trunk anoles, twig anoles, and ground anoles. They're all lizards, but they just have, they're all anoles, and they just have different sized legs. They have different sized tails, and they're like, look, evolution. So when I was forced to take a quiz on it, and it said, what, does this change right here, this speciation or whatever, and I put, it's a lizard. It's still a lizard. It's a lizard. It's still a lizard. And she gave me a C- and put a bunch of red writing on there. Like, that's not evolution. And, you need to mention evolution and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, no, I don't.
Have
Because
have
sorry,
they
go
gone
ahead.
over ring species yet?
Huh?
Have they gone over ring species yet?
Ring species.
You talk about like Italian wall lizards? Is that what you're getting at?
Everything from Darwin's finches
Yeah.
to the salamanders to these lizards that she's talking about. So there's a theory that speciation happens within an ecosystem of different varying things that are quote unquote evolving, that eventually can break out of their evolutionary cycle of these circles, they call them, as soon as geography or whatever, geology allows them to separate, and then they can no longer, the different species can't mate together any longer. And it was a popular theory for decades until the last few remaining hopeful, observations in the actual wild for ring species turned out false. There are no ring species anywhere in the world, including your lizards.
Well, and it's funny too, because I think it was like day 3 of that class. And of course, I only had the class twice a week. Our professor stood up and, boldly stated, we've seen evolution and progress in Africa because elephants are being born without tusks. And I raised my hand. I said, aren't they still elephants though? And I said, that's not losing information. She goes, no. And the whole class just jumped on me and she didn't say a word. And I was like, whoa, wait a second. If that elephant dies and we go and test its DNA or look at its bones, it's still an elephant. It hasn't changed.
That would confirm Lamarckianism, wherever you pronounce that. But yeah, these guys, these atheists, they steal everything they ever pretend to know. They steal from creationists. That's exactly what Lamarck said. He brought up giraffe necks and whatever. He said that when a creature doesn't need something anymore, it just loses it or it changes over time.
Yeah,
but they don't actually change themselves.
The need, yeah, that's Lamarckianism. That the need for the animal drives the change. Yeah,
Jess, a perfect example of a ring species. There are 3 rabbits: the Alaska rabbit, the Minnesota rabbit, and the Florida rabbit. The Alaska rabbit can breed with a Minnesota rabbit. So can the Florida rabbit. It can breed with a Minnesota rabbit, but the Alaska rabbit can't breed with the Florida rabbit. That's what Joel was trying to explain with the ring species, that geographical barrier. So even though they're all rabbits, some can't breed with the others because of the actual isolation. And I don't know how it works, but it does something to John could probably elaborate on the genetic side of things.
Yeah. Well, and it was just weird that we were in a geography class. Like, why were we talking about, which I knew why, because of course, we had to start out with the world being 4.2 billion years old. And I'm sitting there rolling my eyes going, okay, I got to wait a million years here for, and they forced us to take it. Like, one of my prerequisites to even get my degree, I had to take an anthropology class. And that anthropology class just, drove me nuts. Sorry, George, go ahead.
Yeah. The other thing with the placenta, I mean, you've heard all the arguments around ERVs, endogenous retroviruses. We found that a number of these endogenous retroviruses are actually required for things like the development of the placenta, the testes, etc. You have to ask yourself, when we became mammals, what happened? Did we wake up one day and all of a sudden we stopped laying eggs and we now had a placenta and started giving birth to live offspring? And it's just ridiculous to think that these ERVs are just random attachments of viruses into our DNA that's changed the way we actually reproduce.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I always want to ask them, be like, explain to me how they decided to come out of the water and why would they need lungs anyways? Like, they didn't need the same type of lungs when they were in the water. And, and they can never answer these questions. I bring it all the way back to the beginning. Like, none of it actually makes any sense. And also, why did we go back into the water and become whales? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, they get away with that all the time because they'll just say something like, there was a need, a niche, and but that doesn't explain. See, the God really isn't natural selection. The God is really random mutation, and it fails on top for that reason, because mutations are overwhelmingly harmful. You know what I mean? They'll say, yeah, well, they're most of them are neutral. But the ones that get expressed, you know what I mean? to save an animal are harmful, because like sickle cell anemia, prime example. But go ahead, George.
I was going to say, have you guys heard of Dollo's law? I think it's called Dollo's law, meaning that evolution doesn't go in reverse. Well, the whale is a classic example where the fish came out of the water, became a creature, a terrestrial creature, and then it decided to go back into the water. So I know if there's an evolutionist in the chat, please join us and explain that.
The wolf the whale tale is my favorite tale of them all.
Right. It's so silly. Like, I was trying to, help a friend of mine that was in the geography class with me. And, and of course, they always bring up all these classic examples. I was actually even surprised that the pepper moths weren't brought up. And I think it was actually in our textbook. And that was shown to be a scam. That pepper moths never even landed on trees. Like, the guy actually had to glue the pepper moth to the tree. Anyways, and so they brought the classic example of, ice cores for the age of the earth. And I think that's what throws a lot of people off. And it's like a barrier in their mind. They can't get past it. Like, well, but it has to be millions of years because, they've got these ice cores and all that kind of stuff. So therefore, and they conclude, wrong assumptions, wrong conclusion, that, this stuff is more than likely true, even if it doesn't make any logical sense. And I told them the story about those B-52 enthusiasts. And I'm sure you guys have all heard that story, correct?
Yeah.
The B-52s, yep.
Yeah. Joel, you've heard of that one too, right?
Say it again.
Huh?
Say what you're asking again. Heard of what?
About the B-52 enthusiasts that went out to go find that squadron of B-52s that crashed in Greenland.
In Greenland.
I have not.
During World War.
I think of the boneyard in Arizona, but go ahead.
Yeah, so it happened in World War II, and it was because they had to do something called continent hopping because they didn't have enough fuel to get them all the way from America over to Europe. So the continent hopped. Squadron got lost in a snowstorm. They crashed on the ice. And about 60 some odd years, 55, 60 years, they went back out there, a bunch of enthusiasts to go and find it. And they went out there with shovels, brooms, and metal detectors. Couldn't find it. It was buried 250 feet in the snow in just 60 years. And then I came across an article that said that the climatology that they get from Greenland and Antarctica don't actually match up. In fact, there was such catastrophic stuff that happened in the past that it's skewing the data. And I was like, oh, gee, I wonder what that catastrophic was. That would be the flood. And then, and then there was an ice age, and then there was a global drought. I mean, and it's funny because I've actually found climatology evidence for what they call a mega drought that happened 3,500 years ago, 4,500 years ago. There's one that's kind of a skeptical one about 6,000 years ago, and then another one that's like 9,500 and all these other ones. But I was interested in the two that were so close together. And I'm like, ooh, that would have been the drought in Joseph's time. And they found it not just in Egypt. They found it in Mesopotamia. They found it in Greece. They found it in Middle America and Mexico. All happened about 3,500 to 4,500 years ago. And it's interesting because Dr. Jensen brought it up in his 31-part series on rewriting the human history, that it's a little subtle part in the Bible, but it does say that all the lands came to Egypt and the drought was worldwide. And then when I found all these climatology stuff on mega droughts, and I was like, oh my gosh, and almost all of them have something recorded of a mega drought.
Right.
It's amazing, right? And yet they can't figure out why their climatology is failing so bad when they're looking at these ice cores and how they're not matching up, but they won't tell the public this.
I got two things on that. First is the Human Genome Project did a human gene historical trace to basically try to, make a map essentially of all the different mass human migrations across the world in history. They found out that all of humanity, the first mass migration point started in East Africa, and they actually have a cute little cartoon, drawing of the world where they show the lines of all the major geographical, we call it, where people moved. And it shows where all of humanity moved from Africa, across Asia, across Europe, across the Bering Strait into North America. So all of humanity is tied from that one single point of origin. And so that verifies what you're talking about. And then check out, we had a discussion about the other night about something called ringwoodite. A group of seismologists recently put about 2,000 different seismometers around the world, primarily North America, found out there's this seldom known rock formation that has non-hydrogenous water. It has basically some hydrogen ionic water compounds in it, but there's so much of it under the mantle that they're calculating it's 3 times more water under the ground than there is above the ground. And so even atheists like that Aaron Raw, Larry Nelson guy, I've heard him say on his many little anti-science evolutionist fraud videos where if Noah's flood were true, we'd have to have 3 times as much water on the planet to be able to cover the mountains. Well, there you are.
do.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny too, because I think this the name of this video is aptly named because I've been trying to map out human history, and I've been using the Bible to map out history. And it's actually funny because there's actually been a lot of people who have done this. And it's something called synchronicity. And I never actually really knew the name of how to, do this. But if an event happens, it's synchronized, meaning other societies are going to write about it. Like when the Sea Peoples invaded Greece and basically burned everything down, the Egyptians wrote about it because they also got invasions from the Sea Peoples, but they were able to repel them. Well, we can do some astronomical calculations. We can do some other, calculations here and come up with a synchronicity in history like that. And, and then you just put all these puzzle pieces together and there's a clear upper limit of when civilization starts. So how can you have any history beyond that? What do they say beyond that? They don't know. They're making huge, huge, huge assumptions. And I mean, even the evolutionists admit that there's something called the Neolithic Revolution that happened, they say, 10,000 BC. But not all of them agree. Some of them say it happened 5,500 BC. And so they really have no idea. But basically, the Neolithic Revolution is when we were neo-man and we were no longer in the Neolithic age. And so a revolution happened. And guess what came out of it? Everything we see today. Agriculture, science, poetry, writing, everything. Suddenly, it just popped up. So you can't go any further back than that. So I was talking in the chat, talking about those 5 Egyptologists, and these guys are agnostic. Like, they don't even believe in God. I think they believe that there's a potential that he exists, but they also recognize that the Bible is a historical document. And it is so accurate. And they're actually claiming that the more we get away from the biblical chronology, the more that we have all these massive gaps. And I'm talking about, guys, 5 centuries of massive gaps, 500 years. These guys are suggesting pushing forward Egyptian history by 500 to 600 years. Like that much. And it takes out the Greek. Everything I've learned about history is just totally bunk now. There are no dark ages. There aren't 700 years of a dark age here or 400 years here, because what they did is they synchronized history, that local history, Mesopotamia, Greece, and all that kind of stuff, to Egypt. But they didn't do the reverse synchronicity.
Right. That was that book I mentioned to you earlier that it's called Dominion by Tom Holland. He's an atheist. He's a professional historian, and he ties history like that. He goes into all the examples that have been recovered recently and talks about how Christianity basically revolutionized human civilization 2,000 years ago, because prior to that, all these other societies that have been linked to, as you're describing, all the synchronicity and such, of before Christianity and even after Christianity, that still mimic how things were before, Christ came to visit the earth. They're all the same. Humanity is basically identical based on all this historical evidence, the anthropology and all the archaeology. And then here comes Christ, and this non-prophesizing group of Jews literally changes the planet. So that's the only unique point of history in human history, basically, was what this atheist has published. And he has interviews and stuff online too. They're just brilliant.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look that up, because it's really interesting how much, because I've been reading a lot on Solomon and how many countries came to Solomon for his wisdom. They were insanely rich. Like when they're trying to, I'm not sure if you guys have seen Patterns of Evidence, the Exodus and the Moses controversy. I forget the guy's name that did the movies, but
is Genesis science, I think, or something like that, or history? Was it not you think of?
No. It's the 2 movies. It's called the Moses controversy, where he goes into, basically, did Moses write the Old Testament or the first 5 books? And the other one is Finding the Exodus. And oh, I kind of had a brain fart there. I forgot where I was going. But anyways, I've been trying to read a lot on Solomon, and because he's kind of a pillar in history. Secularists and non-secularists actually agree on the date, like within 1 year, actually, of Solomon's reign and the plundering of the temple, 45 years later, 5 years into his son's reign. And those are absolute dates. Like they don't mess with those because they're actually astronomically even. They've got the synchronicity, both back and forth for those two dates.
Yeah. Yeah, I think most of all the modern archaeology done today is basically relying, or it's heavily reliant on biblical testimony.
Yep, they actually. So it's funny. They use the Bible to justify the date of Solomon's reign, and then of course synchronicity too, right? And then when they go backwards, they put the Exodus at the wrong time. They call it the Ramses Exodus in 1250 BC. But there's no evidence for it. And then they conclude, oh, well, now the Bible's not accurate. But yet they use the Bible to justify a part in history and then use history to de-justify the Bible. It makes no sense. I believe that's circular reasoning, right? Or am I...
That sure sounds like it to me.
That's
right. And that's what these Egyptologists are kind of mad about, because they don't want to see all this, fluff and lie and all that kind of stuff. Like the way that they push history, they put Ramses like in 600 BC. And they actually think that he's Nerik or Neek in the Bible. Necho, Pharaoh Necho in the Bible. Because there's only 2 pharaohs mentioned in the Bible, if I'm correct. One of them is Shishak, which plundered the temple, and then the other one is Necho. Oh, no, maybe there's a third. But the pharaoh over Joseph and Moses are not named. And so, what they have to do is they've been trying to map it backwards, but there's a huge problem with any chronologies that we do have from this guy named Manetho, or however you pronounce his name. I think he lived in like 400 BC, and he mapped out Egyptian chronology. Is that he did not show co-reigns, so co-regency. So it's successive. Well, it shouldn't be successive. And also, some dynasties rule at the same time as other dynasties. You've got more shortened time frames here, and it's just kind of funny because it literally fits very nicely. Like once you shift the timelines, and because you have to look for the synchronicity. Like when the Exodus happened, whatever pharaoh was over the Exodus, their entire society would have almost collapsed. They lost their pharaoh, they lost their army, they lost their workers. Their wealth was gone because it says in Genesis, that the Hebrews went and got all the jewelry, and all that kind of stuff, or whatever. They would have collapsed. And the pharaoh that they had over the Exodus in 1250 BC, which was, they said it was Ramses II, nothing like that happened. There was no economic collapse whatsoever.
Did you hear where they found the Salam tunnel, or Hezekiah's tunnel? And that basically was mentioned in I think it's 2 Kings. They argue about the date, trying to push it to the maybe 9th century, but it was a late 8th, early 7th century BC. But that's another piece of history that the Bible got right. You know what I mean?
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, look up
Hezekiah's tunnel.
Yeah, it's also I think I pronounce it Siloam, Salom tunnel. That's the Hebrew, and also known as Hezekiah's tunnel. But
nice.
That's it. It definitely corroborates the Bible. I mean, it is a historical document. It's been proven time and time again. The tunnel leads from like the Gone Spring to the Pool of Siloam. So that's it dates back to Jerusalem was they were preparing for the siege by the Syrians. So they kind of had an idea about it, but the reason they know that it's that's the tunnel is because it's inscribed in the tunnel. So that kind of, and it's because a lot of people would argue about David too. Was he kind of fictional or not? That right there lends 100% support to David also being a real, which we all know he was. But I mean, you'll get secular historians that will argue that maybe he wasn't real.
Well,
Well,
they
it's
found the
funny.
city of David.
They
Yeah, I
did.
know.
Yeah.
What you were
So,
sharing just
Chris,
reminded
there's
me.
a. Oh, sorry, Sunflower. Go ahead.
I just wanted, I shared a link in the general chat. What you were sharing was reminding me of this article, and this is one of many. Some sort of, I guess, speculative research that ties Moses to this Egyptian pharaoh named Hatshepsut or something like that.
Hatshepsut.
Okay, yeah, and so there is all kinds of weird controversy about some pharaoh's daughters that was, at the time, they suspected that she was having an affair. So per Egyptian law, they destroyed every reference of her, destroyed all the statues of her, because supposedly if you don't have some sort of physical representation of you on Earth, then you don't get to go to the afterlife. So that was their way of trying to purge her from the afterlife and from their history, blah blah blah. And so the speculation is that it wasn't that she was having an affair; it was that because a lot of her statues were pictured with some male lover, looking like she was holding somebody romantically. But since recently, I guess they've been speculating instead that could have been her adopted son that she pulled out of a river. And there's all kinds of references to her son coming from the river, et cetera, which of course is the story of Moses. And so, yeah, so maybe there's some other reason why they needed to purge her from their history. But there was a recent find where they found all these broken statues and just stuff left over that they'd buried from this daughter of a pharaoh, and it just opens up all kinds of cans of worms, so to say, about that biblical ancient Egyptian historicity, that or synchronicity, as you're calling it.
Well, and it's funny too because I actually I probably read that article. So her son was Tutmosis III, and people have tried to connect, Moses, Tutmosis. Well, here's kind of one of the big problems. Well, actually, there's a bunch of big problems, but and it depends on how you believe. When God showed Moses the promised land, and then did he die? Did his body die and his spirit went to heaven, or did God bodily take him? We have Tutmosis's body, and if they were diligent enough to bring Joseph's bones from the land of Goshen into Israel, then we can't have his body. And also, they found out that Tutmosis, his reign, was actually one of the most wealthy economic times in almost all of Egyptian history, besides another pharaoh named Djoser. So these Egyptologists have actually connected Tutmosis because Tutmosis co-reigned with his mother Hatshepsut. Wait, I think so. Well, I can't. I think. Yeah. I think he. Yeah. I can't remember how. I'm pretty sure he co-reigned, or it might have been Tutmosis II. Anyways, so they're actually connecting Shishak in the Bible to Tutmosis III because they found a relief, a big, huge relief carving in the Temple of Karnak. And he finished the Temple of Karnak because he had the money, because he raided Solomon's temple, looted it. And there are drawings, like, reliefs on there of candlesticks and all this kind of stuff. And they're very Semitic looking. And a lot of them are very described in the Bible, like gold shields. There's gold shields inscribed on there. So I think I have read that, but there was no economic collapse at Hatshepsut's time. And some have tried to connect the Hyksos, which are also known as the Shepherd Kings. They were Semitic, but they were not the Hebrews, to that. And there was a time in Hatshepsut's co-regency when her son was too young, where she evicted some Hyksos. But it was a battle. The Israelites didn't battle anybody. You know what I mean? So that was definitely very interesting, and I did look that up. But the way these Egyptologists are like pushing it, the timelines, there's no way. Like Tutmosis and Hatshepsut reigned about 900 BC, late 900 BC, like about the time of David and Solomon.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm only a rocket scientist, so all of that went over my head.
That's
I'll have
okay.
to see the drawings or something. That was so complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I've been. There's another one. Have you guys heard about that? Imhotep might have been Joseph.
Right.
That one's really interesting, and the huge problem I was having with that is that they date the reign of Djoser, which is Imhotep's pharaoh, like so long ago. And even when you shift the histories forward, because they shifted Ramses like 700 years, and so they were kind of being like arbitrary in a sense, But of course they have evidence and synchronicity and all that kind of stuff, and but there's an amazing amount of compelling evidence of how much the two, Imhotep and Joseph, were alike. They both came from a common descent, which is very unusual for a vizier. That was the first vizier ever mentioned. And then they found an inscription with Imhotep's name on there with Pharaoh Djoser. And it said that Imhotep was first to the Pharaoh. In the Bible, it says that Joseph was like a father to the Pharaoh. And that's the only time a vizier has ever been basically put above a Pharaoh before. So it's very, very, very interesting. And he was considered, a very good architect and all this kind of stuff. Well, when Joseph bought up all the land for the 7 years of plenty, they think that he actually built the temple or the complex around the pyramid of Djoser. And they found these 11 huge, deep bins. Like I'm talking about, they're deep and they're huge. They're grain bins. And they actually have chutes that go to like a main little part where they would get the grain. And they've actually found ancient grain and they've dated it. And of course, it's got kind of an extreme date. It's like 3,000 or 4,000 years old or something like that. But still, why would a funeral complex, that's what the pyramids were used for, have grain bins? And it was Pharaoh Djoser's pyramid complex. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, I would question any dating methods they would use. Even the carbon-14 thing, it's relies on the assumption of how much carbon's in an atmosphere at any given time. It does change. So yeah.
Well, and the guy that did this video, he was actually talking about carbon shadows, like because it gets contaminated. I'm not sure if that's like a real term, but that's what he said, and I was like, well, okay, that makes sense.
That was Tim Mahoney, Jess.
Oh, the one that did the Moses controversy, and
yeah, he directed it. Tim Mahoney.
You guys should look those up. They're very, 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 very good.
Cool. Yeah,
Hey, Sunflower. I was going to say, Sunflower, you've been in here for a while, mate. You want to say something?
He's been texting.
Yeah,
there he goes.
I've mostly been texting, right? I don't know. Is my mic getting picked up?
Yeah, I hear you.
Something that comes to mind is even as a theist, there's several people that come to mind as people that masqueraded as theists, but were really just like cult members that were stealing money from their followers. Like, this is something that happens, right? And I just wonder, do atheists think that there aren't atheists doing that too? Honestly, because
that's such a good point, actually.
They have this sort of there's a theme within atheism that, since it's just a lack of a belief, that there can't be any ulterior motives, that there can't be any sense of identity or brand or career, because it's a lack of a belief. It's not a belief. When in reality, if you open your eyes and you realize how rich these people are getting, and how insignificant their proposals are, then it becomes very clear very fast that they're just con men. They're entertainers. It's weaponized skepticism that makes people kind of slap their knee and go, oh, that's pretty great. Yeah, what a good point. And then it's like, these aren't people that are prepared to dictate a worldview to you. They're just going to take your money and make you laugh and then disappear as quickly as they showed up. So I hope atheists are actually aware of that,
Well, I would make the argument, and I do often, that anybody that, no matter what they claim to be, if they're not following Christ or doing what Christ said to do, they're by definition anti-Christ. There are a lot of anti-Christ atheists out there that claim to be Christian for nefarious purposes. Jesus even talked about it. He said, many shall come in that day and say, Lord, Lord, didn't we cast out demons and heal the sick and raise the dead? He said, depart from me, I never knew you. So it's, you judge a tree by its fruit,
Yeah, so it's like, if even religious people and theists are willing to say, well, this guy, he says he's a Christian, or he says he's a whatever, but look how rich he's getting. Look at look at how he's treating his the people at his church. But then there's never been one example of an atheist who thought, I can make rhetorically effective arguments against theism and be funny while I'm at it, and everyone will. It's like, has that never happened once? Well, again, think about psychological egoism is a very important topic for atheists, because as far as I can tell, they have no real basis to refute it. And what psychological egoism is the concept that all people, from a naturalist perspective, are always acting purely selfishly. Even when it appears that they're acting altruistically or selflessly, it's because the idea is that they're actually just, their perception of their self is being inflated by this sort of act of charity. And as a theist, as a Christian, I don't believe that, right? I do believe that human beings can at times transcend selfish behavior and actually act truly selflessly or altruistically. But atheists actually have no basis for this. If you look up psychological egoism, right? So then when you think about if psychological egoism is true, which I find it almost impossible. I've never heard a remotely sound argument that refutes psychological egoism from a naturalistic atheist perspective. If that's true, then all atheists, Sam Harris, Matt Dillahunty, T.J. Kirk, every single one of them is acting in a purely selfish way. And do you think it's a coincidence that they're getting rich and they're doubling down on their atheism? Do you think that's just pure? These people are just purely detached from, any kind of intelligent way of how to get rich, or do you think that maybe they realize that people like their sort of quick, pithy, witty, rhetorical responses? The fact that they can poke holes in things, they're doubling down. It might not even reflect what they know or believe, right? An atheist YouTuber could be getting filthy rich on atheist rhetoric and then go home to his wife and say, I sometimes feel guilty about doing that whole show, being that we believe in God and all. It's like, this is why it's so dangerous, is because it's entertainment. It's not actually presenting you with any kind of worldview that you can sustain and live a happy life on. It's kind of fun, distracting, numbing. It sort of momentarily appeals to some conflictions you've had in your life, and you kind of like that. But it's almost poetic, the way they say, the way the Bible says, no false gods before me. And every one of these people I know that think that they're actually like idolizing or saying, oh, Sam Harris has it all figured out, within 10 years, they're not in great shape. Okay, these are not sustainable ideas. These are the stand-up comedy skits of entertainers from the period of like 2005 to 2025. And when the dust clears, I honestly feel bad for people that actually have abandoned their family, their kin, their society, their community, and thought that if they just follow Sam Harris's or Matt Dillahunty's advice on the internet, isolated in a small corner of their sad, pathetic world, that they're going to end up on top. Because trust me, that's not going to happen unless you're extraordinarily talented or.
Go back and look at all the people that Richard Dawkins scammed, and you know what I mean. And then look at a lot of his ideas that are being kind of refuted. Especially the selfish gene in respect.
Oh, not only that, like other scientists who are also either atheist or agnostic, like hate him, right? Like they like if you look into it.
Oh yeah, I mean
other scientists
he burn out also, like you were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, well, what is Dawkins doing? He's actually overly aggressive. He's just he harasses theists, and they're like, that was never our goal. They're like, yeah. Well, sure, maybe I'm an agnostic or atheist, but like Richard Dawkins takes it too far. There's something wrong with that guy. He's got this nasty like crooked teeth smile smirk on his face when he goes. It's like, do you think that atheists aren't subject to the same pathological?
You know how I know they are, because like
people are.
You know how I know they are, because when he used to do his talks, like the famous example when he said spaghetti monster, like you could see the people that were in the crowd were all pretty much atheists that were attending his talk or whatever, and they were like, I've seen the same type of thing in church. They're almost praising like hallelujah. You know what I mean? It was like disgusting.
So exception to one thing you said, there aren't any atheists nor agnostics in science. Atheist scientist is a oxymoron.
Well, I mean,
I will go into.
I'm not going to say yes or no to that. I consider when I talk about atheists, I just think about how people identify.
Fine.
Right. So I'm not appealing to some kind of actual knowledge claim in terms of what they know, but I'm saying even among atheists that identify that say they're atheists, even those people hate Richard Dawkins. No, everyone thinks he's like a maniac, right? Like just a piece, like a trash person, like goes after people for no good reason.
Christopher Hitchens would be probably a better example too.
The thing about Christopher Hitchens is I actually think he's a provocateur over everything else. Because if you look at the things that he cared about most, it's like he wasn't like when he says he's an anti-theist, it just kind of feels like he's the Milo Yiannopoulos of his time, in that he capitalized. And look, this is obviously my opinion, whatever. It just seems like he kind of capitalized on counterculture.
Christopher Hitchens was, not is.
Well, yeah, he's dead.
It was.
Yeah.
It seems like he capitalized on counterculture more than anything else. So that's all.
When he got sick, he surrounded himself with Christians. Dr. Collins was his personal doctor, for example. Thought that was interesting. And Richard Dawkins too. They seem like they chill out in their older age. You got Anthony Flew, completely, and then Richard Dawkins, even I don't know today, Dawkins calls himself a quote unquote secular Christian now, whatever the heck that is.
Well, this plays perfectly into my point. Any of these guys, look, and this is true for all things. It doesn't matter if it's atheism, Christianity, if it's politics, if it's music, if it's like, you got to realize all the most successful public figures know that, quote unquote, leaning into the caricature that they can most easily capitalize on as a brand, as something they can sell, something that's marketable. That's what they're going to do. And then when they turn the camera off and schmooze with their buddies who are on the other side of the spectrum, so to speak, they say like, they're smoking cigarettes with them. They're going like, that was a great debate we had. We really, they probably think we hate each other's guts. Most of these people get along with each other in the real world. So their convictions towards their beliefs, whether they're however convicted they are or not, what you're seeing when you watch the video is entertainment. It's
money making, right?
Yeah, it'd be crazy to think that these people aren't aware of the fact that the more cutthroat, the more of a bloodbath, the more of that is, the more views they're going to get, the more revenue they're going to generate. And if they're all getting rich, they don't care at the end of the day if they, whatever they even
now,
believe.
if you're trying to suggest that they would manipulate people for money, I'm just not hearing it. I'm just teasing.
It's like
like they would never do that, right?
And you know what's funny? Actually, this is a weird example, but believe it or not, I think this is actually kind of relevant here. In the history of rap battles, okay, it started out as sort of something kind of organic that was like just people crowding in a circle and kind of like doing it, whatever. It got so big that it got to the point where there's a precedent of like, think about like very much like rival rap battlers that you would think were gonna like just hate each other, would like collude behind the scenes. They would say, all right, let's make some rules. Look, there's a big cover fee for this event. Let's not do anything crazy. No one's gonna punch each other in the face. Like your friends aren't gonna push my friends. Let's just have a good time. There was collusion among these, and then the audience didn't even know. It's like,
yeah, it's like WWE or something. Yeah,
right. Exactly. So it's like I would not be surprised if like Vosh and Destiny like have a private chat where they're like, man, these are crazy times. Oh shit, I just got $100 super chat. Wait, like, it's like, it's like, fuck, man, like,
Well, it happens in politics too. A lot of these people, they get on TV and they get behind, and then they're going to dinners together and having drinks. And
absolutely, 100%. How many pictures are there of the Clintons, Trump, Obama, Bush? Like these people understand it's a game, and
they've done got their money, and
so meanwhile we go at each other's throats, and because we're just whatever, like civilians,
Sheep.
and they like
Unfortunately.
schmooze. Yeah, they
To
schmooze.
them, I mean, yeah.
It's like it's an important point to make, because if you're going to be skeptical, if you're going to pick a side, so to speak, be aware that there's people within your own side that are probably pulling a fast one on you just as much as you think that the opposition is doing to all their own followers.
Well,
so
there's a lot of Christian, pastors that are out there just for money too. So I mean, it's
of course. Have you seen the video of that? I forget the guy's name. He's like drinking water. Black guy. Not that that matters at all, but like there's a deposition of him, and they're like, and like he has no excuses. He's like, let me see, pastor deposition.
It reminded me of that church in Africa that recently started doing things with bottles of water.
The Apostle David Taylor. So like this guy, like it's a deposition of him, and they're like, is it true that you had like a convoy of Cadillac Escalades that escorted you and 90 of your friends to a mansion in Palm Springs with church money? He's like, whatever I did, it was necessary for me to speak the word of the gospel. It's like, well, look, there's going to be people that do this on both sides. There's going to be people that masquerade as Christians or Jews or Muslims or any religion, and in reality, they're not sincere. So at what point does atheism transcend? Atheists just transcend it. It's not a belief; it's a lack of a belief. So we can't be. How could we be? How could we have malicious intentions? We're just people that don't believe in what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
Notice, even you're kind of pontificating for them to base whatever morals that they need to transcend is based on the Christian morals.
Exactly.
Christians.
That's a really important point, that atheists hold themselves in a literal, in my opinion, they consider themselves transcendent, right? Because atheists think, well, everyone else is just flawed in that they adopted the worldview that they were raised with. But I'm special. I was able to break free. I was able to transcend. I was able to transcend from my human condition, which doesn't make any sense. If you're actually an atheist, you would just assume that your experience conditioned you to atheism the same way that but they think, no, I'm just skeptical. I left that. I transcended the human aptitude of adopting the dogma you're raised in. I'm transcendent. It is very much religious. It's unbelievable, the hypocrisy. These are just people that are desperate for someone to basically validate or vindicate the fact that they've been angry at the authority figures that have made them feel left out or isolated or alienated for their life. And as soon as you realize that there's a community of people on the internet that are just trashing this community that made you feel left out, it's the easiest thing in the world to just fall into it, just lean into it. But yeah, it's not a good long-term solution. So that's what I would say. People should really think about what they're doing, why they're doing it, and if it's a short-sighted act of self-numbing behavior, or if it's actually something they fully to the utter innermost core of their being believe, because I highly doubt it.
So Sunflower, I got a question for you. Have you ever noticed when you're talking to somebody, especially an atheist, they get very defensive, and especially when their arguments fail, what do? They attack your character. Well, I've noticed that people that are trying to reject truth or reject facts tend to lose their defense very fast. I don't know if you can kind of notice that, with atheists, they once they hit a part where there's no further to go, then they attack the Bible, and then they attack you. And because it's a very classic example, like when I used to be a feminist, as soon as I started to lose the argument, I started to attack their character. Right. Because I had no defense. I was losing. And the thing is that God told us in the Bible that we know him innately. Like everybody is born knowing that God exists. So the reason why they
I fully agree with that.
Yeah. And so, the reason why they fight so hard is because of that. Oh, sorry. What's that?
Just before y'all went more deep into that other subject, I wanted to share something that someone was saying that reminded me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, by all means.
brilliance. Quote, I am not an atheist. I do not share the crusading spirit of the professional atheist whose fervor is mostly due to a painful act of liberation from the fetters of religious indoctrination received in youth. I prefer an attitude of humility, corresponding to the weakness of our intellectual understanding of nature and of our own being. End quote. Albert Einstein letter to a guy named Guy Rayner Jr. back in 1949.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the one of the atheist arguments, like one of their weakest one, but they'll use it. They're like, have you ever heard the atheists say like, really everybody's all atheist? Like you're atheist against all the others.
That's the absolute worst. But
that's the worst because I mean, just real quickly you can stomp that one out. Just like we're all like, okay, so that's like saying like, you know, we're just one. Everybody's like one removed from a murderer. You know what I mean? It's
right.
Like,
but,
you know.
Well, and it's interesting too because I need to find this video and it's because I've been researching this stuff for like 6 years, so I can't exactly remember where I saw it. But there's this guy that went to Brazil, and there's 214. Actually, I'll just say 200 because I don't remember. I think there was like maybe even up to 250 different bird species, like, you know, parrots, all this kind of stuff, like within each kind or whatever. And he went to the natives, and these natives, they don't have internet. They don't even have shoes hardly, you know, like they're very backwards, you know, the way we look at it. And he showed them pictures of all 200 species of birds and asked them if they had a different name for it. Guess how many names that they had for those birds out of the 200? 190.
Wow.
And they never went to a university. They've been living in the same tribal fashion for, you know, centuries. And so my question to atheists about, you know, saying that, oh, we are all originally atheists and then we just become these, you know, crazy theists or whatever, you know, go to the Amazon, go to these tribes and ask them if something could make nothing, or if nothing could make something. They would laugh at you. Why do you think we have so many deities out there? Is because they know innately that we can't make ourselves. We couldn't just come from nothing. They would laugh at you. But of course, atheists, if I were told them that, they would just, you know, they would totally reject that premise, be like, no, you know, they need to go to higher education. Oh, why? So you can get brainwashed? You know,
right. You just reminded me of this quote now. This awesome thing was where he says the earth's creation is the glory of God, as seen from the works of nature by man alone. The study of nature would reveal the divine order of God's creation, and it was the naturalist's task to construct a natural classification that would reveal this order in the universe. From Carl Linnaeus, I think you pronounce that. He's the founder of taxonomy.
Yeah.
He started the whole science of natural classification. That was what he was saying, exactly what you're saying. It doesn't matter what school you go to, naturalists will figure it out because of it's God's nature.
Exactly. He's there, and that's the reason why they fight against it so hard, you know? And I'm like, you have to take every single puzzle piece and put it together, and you will see that it's not even logical. Like I always tell them, like, I'm not trying to get you to believe in God, like, you know, and, you know, become saved or whatever. I'm just trying to get you to see that this pseudoscience of evolution, it's a lie. That is not probable. It's not possible. Like none of it makes any sense. Like even when I was still kind of like indoctrinated into some evolution, I could still never get on board with millions of years, but I didn't have the tools or the information based on school, you know, based on the brainwashing of school to put it all together until I found a book by ICR about 6 years ago that was Dinosaurs in the Bible. And the same year, a friend of mine gave me a book called Science in the Bible. It was actually written 50 years before the other book or something like that by the guy who founded ICR. Didn't even know that. His name was Henry M. Morris. And those were my last two puzzle pieces.
Nice.
And that's when I put them together and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like they've been lying all this time. And the more and more I research it, the more and more I realize how indoctrinated and brainwashed that they are. And I'm like, wow, for the past 80 years since the monkey trials in 1925. I don't know if you guys know this, but in 1925, the creationists actually won. They lost in 1930. And then there's been a series of some like 60 court cases slowly pulling, you know, religion, any type of Christian creation teaching from the Christian Bible out of schools.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier that where's logical, plausible, probable when you need them. Just as you were saying, it's why he said he made his name, because he was realizing that everything we talk about needs to fit those three criteria, like you were saying.
You know what? I was going to ask George Bond, are you going to walk your dogs tonight, brother?
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I was going to ask you if I could leave because my dog's looking at me really strangely.
I was wondering because generally when you walk your dogs, I know it's about time for me to go to bed.
You don't have to ask permission, man. You can just leave.
But I'll be honest, I do listen to you guys while I'm walking the dog, though.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, cool. That means we can say hi.
Well, if I may, I'd like to deliver an absolute haymaker to the atheist argument just briefly. And this is not something I've heard posed before, but maybe it has been. Now listen, what I'm about to say is not something I believe in, but from the atheist perspective, it's paradoxical if you take the premises that I'm going to state. So something I hear all the time from atheists is that they say, oh, well, you know, when the Abrahamic religion started, they were people were like, you know, sort of like elders of society, implementing rules that they knew had utility and like sort of trying to enshroud them in esoteric whatever. Like for example, they would say like, oh, well, pork caused disease, so they made it forbidden, or you know, like homosexual sex caused disease, so they made it forbidden, or you know, women were told to, like in Islam, women were told to cover themselves because men couldn't control themselves. So here's something that honestly, I have to, any atheist that holds that position, I have to ask, if that's true, and they were coming up with these things that were congruent with reality as it already was, then religion is not responsible for those things, right? Like if they said that, if Islam said, oh, women must cover up because men can't control their sexuality, why would they put that in the Quran if it wasn't such a problem already? You know, like think about it. What I'm saying here is that under their own premises, that religion created certain problems, as in whatever forbidden or whatever was forbidden or commanded. If religion created these problems, that's completely antithetical to the proposal that religion was created as a way to manage and optimize the problems that already existed before religion.
Civil society,
right? Like you wouldn't see in a religion like, oh, you have to attempt to do a backflip and eat a lump of dirt every day. Like, you know, it's like. So atheists try to simultaneously say that religion introduced new harms to humanity, and also was made up, and there's proof that it was made up just purely based on the kind of like the general whatever, like health things at the time. Those two things are incompatible. They're literally mutually exclusive. Okay, like if religion introduced it, then it had no utility at all, and it was completely it's effectively supernatural. If religion didn't introduce it, then it's not. Then you can't blame it on religion. So, like, I'd like to hear an atheist try to reconcile that. You know, honestly, like either attribute it to pre-religious societies, or say that that you can't understand why they would have made up this strange rule. You can't have your cake and eat it too. They have to pick one.
You should look at Frank Turk's stuff. Like, you talk a lot like he does, and he's got some excellent arguments.
Oh,
You
sure.
know who that is?
I don't know who that is. How do you spell the last name?
Cross-examine is his YouTube channel. Cross-examine, like you would in a trial or something. That would be a YouTube channel you would want to look for.
Yeah, here I'll type in his name too. He's absolutely great. Like, he basically says that the only reason we even have
he's
morality,
awesome. Apologetic, yeah.
Yeah, the only reason
Frank
we have
Turk, okay.
morality and choice is because there's a God. Like
He,
you cannot separate it.
Oh, I know that to be true. I know it
Yeah.
in my heart and soul that
Oh yeah,
that free will exists,
because we have God.
because of God. Exactly. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I know. So at like, if there's anything I've ever been sure of, it's that. Now, as far as other details, have I ever been a little bit confused or doubtful? Sure, but the one thing I've never doubted in my heart or soul is the fact that I know all individual humans have will and can act, can impose their will in good or bad ways. So I don't think that's even incompatible with most theologies. Like, I think skepticism is healthy, but the core, for me at least, the core thing that I think everyone knows in their heart. I honestly do feel this way. Even people that say they're atheists, there's something tugging at us, perpetually tugging at us, that you can fight it. You can always fight it, and you can kind of live on the surface, and maybe you can be successful. But I really do feel like God is constantly sort of tugging on us, not in a vicious way, but in a like, I'm still here way, and you can still, whenever you want to sort of surrender to the tugging, I'm still here. That's genuinely just how I feel, and when people talk about specifics in terms of history, and I love to talk about that stuff, but I don't like I've never been comfortable with like the warring between two theologies, as in like going to war with someone because there's a detail that they disagree upon. I just don't, that to me is not really what I think it is.
well,
very
sunflower. You'll find during World War II, the Germans prayed to God, and the Allies prayed to God as well. Before I go, I'll just say that Frank Turek does have an app you can download. There's a lot of answers to a lot of those questions in like 1.5 2-minute videos. So I've got it on my phone. It's quite good.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome. Thanks so much.
I'll say good night for you guys, or good morning. What is it over there? Good morning, probably.
It's early morning, but it's actually good night for me too. Usually when you walk your dogs, that's about my time to head out. But
God bless you guys. I'll talk to you later, Jesse.
Bye, George.
Hey, George. I'm so sorry. Admin here?
Yeah, sorry, Joel. Yeah.
Are you an admin? Are any of you guys an admin here?
No. You know what happens? Usually John will go to sleep and he'll just let the stream go.
Okay. Well, both the atheists that were giving us a good time in the chat have joined backstage, so it would be cool to maybe.
To let them in. Yeah.
We did it because I know John wants this to be.
Yeah, that would we should find a way to do that. I mean, the only thing we could potentially do is take it to somewhere else, but I don't know. Hold on
a second. I might be able to. I don't know though, because I'm not John's. I don't know how John would feel about that, but I mean, I could post the link in the chat form off of.
No, they're in, but John has to let them in.
Oh, yeah, John has to let him in. No, he would have to have gave he'd have to signed over like Praise does to memory, so they would be able to get in without John.
See you, Doki Doki. Bye, guys.
See you, bud. See you tomorrow, but sometime soon. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna head out too, but you guys chat it up. The people in the back, I guess they're stuck because John, he probably did go to sleep.
Okay, well, in that case, I could start a stream because I would rather give them a platform. I know how it feels when you want to say something and you just.
Oh, that is probably the best idea. Yeah.
So you know what? I like, this is not obviously not at all to take away from John's stream, but just because,
no, he wouldn't care. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
He does this all the time. Like,
he does.
Would you mind, Sunflower, posting your YouTube in the live chat? So.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
yeah, and I'll grab it too and subscribe to it. That way, I'll have it if you ever run any streams.
I don't.
Well, before you leave, Chris, I wanted to say something that kind of coincides with what Sunflower was saying. About that whole tugging on our heart.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have huge issues with the fact that God is, omnipotent, meaning basically He knows everything. So therefore, how do we have choice? That's kind of one of their battle cries and their arguments. And a preacher's wife actually told my mom this. And I thought this was really compelling. So what you do is you ask them, if you knew you were going to have children, would you want to be a part of their lives? And so far, I've never gotten anybody that said no. Everybody says yes. And then once they say yes, I say, that's exactly how God feels about us. He already knew he was going to create us. He already knew Adam and Eve were going to sin and fall by their own choice, you know? And so basically at birth, we're like 18 years old. All he's wanting is for us to come back to him, because I guarantee this, there isn't a single parent out there that's got, you know, a psychomaniac murdering kid. You know, I mean, I'm sorry, they're not a kid. They're 30, 40 years old, you know, or a pedophile or whatever. They don't secretly wish that they could do something in that child's life to bring them back.
Yeah, John's made that Maddox, the LPP's made that argument before, like, or he did the other night, like with his daughter. Like he'll like, she was like doing something like he said her going for something on a table or something. Maybe I'm messing it up, but I can, you know, get the same point. And then he knows it's gonna hurt her or whatever, but you know, at first he's like no, and then maybe she does it, and then, like, you know, as the kid grows older, you're gonna keep wanting to correct them. And then you're like, you know, look, if you do this, you know, this is going to happen. And then maybe you let it happen to them, and then you bring them back in, and then you let it happen. And then, you know, they start to get into drugs or sell drugs. And you're like, well, you help them out, but you can't do this anymore. You know, you're going to have to get right. And then they continue on, and then they you know, next they commit a higher crime. And then eventually it gets to the point where, you know what I mean, they've made their choice. You know what I mean? So. But to your point on the free will, you know, that's just something I put in the category of many things that we're not God, so we're never going to be able to fully understand his ways. His ways are higher than our ways, and so it's how he does it and allows it to us to have free will, but not interfere with it, but also know the outcome. That's a mystery to me.
Well, you know, I think about it as so knowing anything doesn't mean being aware of everything at the same time. So when I think about it as in the greatest good a person can feel is the feeling of doing something good and feeling as though and knowing as though they were responsible and chose that action. So when I think about God as knowing everything, he allowed people to make choices. And, you know, it's not that he couldn't have like looked at or figured out what they were going to do. That's just irrelevant to God. So human free will is, you know, we have free will. God being able to look at and say, what's this person going to do? That doesn't actually matter to God, right? Like, because what matters to, like, it's not, the point is, in the moment when people make decisions, it's important to realize that even the illusion of free will, some people say it's an illusion, that's a very strange phenomenon. The feeling that you were responsible for doing something. That's very, very, I've never been able to reconcile that with any kind of remotely thing that isn't supernatural, you know? So I think about it as like, you know, if you have a crystal ball, you don't look at everything all at once. So I don't know. That's kind of how I think about it. Like, it's something you could look into, but you don't. But maybe God doesn't choose to. You know, it's just not. Yeah. So, all right. I'm trying to get people back into my channel here. There's a stream. Oh yeah, I need to give them the actual live stream link, right?
Oh, like the YouTube, because this one that you posted in the back chat
is a StreamYard. Yes,
for StreamYard.
Yes.
Okay,
that is my bad. Let me grab the actual stream.
Joel, are you going to go over to his stream too?
I will in a few. My son just called.
I believe this should work.
Okay.
Oh, I'll be there soon. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, and if you post it in the back, then I'll put.
That's your YouTube channel right there, son. I'm gonna copy that.
Yeah.
So that's this specific stream, but that's hosted on my YouTube channel, so you can you can just you'll see my four subscriber channel.
That's me. That's it. Well, I posted my link the other day, so I got 7 now. So I'm already building, man. So
yeah. Amy, yes, I can hear you. I think that was you, Amy, right? Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. All right, so I'm talking on 2 different channels right now. Hey guys, so everyone in John's channel, I'm gonna head over to mine, but I'm gonna post the link one more time in case anyone missed it. And yeah, that's about it. Okay.
Okay.
Sunflower, I put your YouTube in the live chat.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, everyone come. Yeah, I'll let everyone in.
Did everybody? Is there anybody in the live chat that didn't get it before we all leave here? And then because then when you do that, it's going to be X. You won't be able to see any more chat or comments.
I'll stay here for a minute. I'll let Sunflower go over, kind of set stuff up, and I'll stay here and make sure that everybody gets it.
Okay. Well, good talking to you, Jesse, and Joel. Same to you. And I'll probably see y'all this weekend, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I was gonna try to relay to Sun, if you guys don't mind. When I get back and you guys still want to talk about the free will issue, I can bring the quantum physics aspect into it.
Okay, it'll be over on his channel. Did you get the link?
I did. Thanks.
Okay, cool deal. All right, you guys have a good night.
Awesome. You too. Good night.
Bye.
Yep, I'll be back in probably 10-15 minutes.
That works. I'm gonna stay in it just so people can, come over, make sure that everybody gets it, and then I'll probably go over there in like 5 minutes.
Cool.
All right.
Okay, see you all later. Bye.
Bye.